2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the Regional League and Mid-Season Finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualify for the Grand Finals. The final results from Stage 1, the Mid-Season Finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the Grand Finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still, I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
beholds the god of thunder!
You know what to do, spiders? Time for some fireworks. It's spider time!
Done, dude. Oh, thought you had me. Happy holidays!
On the hunt. Let the devils out!
You couldn't be saved.
Oh, welcome back to the final day of action here for MRC EMEA Season 5. So we get to say sort of goodbye to what we've seen from Gambit and Rogue this season, start looking ahead to Deadpool and Elsa Bloodstone, and of course, Ignite. This has been a really good weekend of action, Moxie, because this is one of the consistent tournaments that we see in the MRC, like Marvel Rivals esports scene, but also it's just before MRC starts to build into what Ignite is going to be in 2026. So this has been a melting pot of talent from new and old teams alike.
Yeah, it's scouting season, essentially. The entire duration of December all the way up until we have orgs locking their positions and rosters in is going to be just scouting season. So the most amount of tournaments that you can do, the most amount of scrims that you can make sure to throw your name out and showcase what exactly you bring to the table is going to be really, really important for a lot of these players, potentially if they want to go individually and get picked up into a roster that's forming, or if they want to showcase off a already formed roster and look to get picked up by an org. And that's probably one of the best things for this MRC right now, right? Teams like Chopped still, to the best of my knowledge, not signed. So they are so easily to just be able to pick up with an orc. But it's super easy if you want to pick up some of these cosmetics. Or at least it will be until January the 23rd, because that's when Thor's God of Winter costume and Pas de Deux for Cloak and Dagger are going to be going out of that store rotation. All you have to do is boot up the game and go into that shop tab, and you'll be able to get your hands on those cosmetics.
Yeah, you've got about just over or just under 3 weeks now in order to try and grab them up. For God of Winter, we saw glimpses of it yesterday, actually in action. I think the only skin out of the 5 that we tend to talk about at the start of a day is the Cloak and Dagger one. But I think that's more the lack of Cloak and Dagger full stop. Never mind like the skin, I suppose. But there's always a chance for stuff to change, especially with how the meta's been working. And certainly when Ignite rolls around and we get some more like specific bans onto characters, Cloak and Dagger might have a little bit more freedom as opposed to what we're seeing currently, where a lot of options are still available with universal bans.
Yeah, maybe she gets buffed as well, given the lower pick rate in comparison to some of the strategists. But one thing that's probably not going to get buffed is Daredevil. If anything, I'm sure he's going to be getting nerfed in the not-so-distant future. But you can get your hands on that not Daredevil costume, as well as the Penny Parker Snow Spider and the Starcracker Star-Lord costume, all of which are going to be going out of rotation on January 16th when that new season hits. So make sure, if you want those costumes, get them now before they're gone.
Pretty much. We're going to show a little bit of the skins and all of the stuff, the cool bits and pieces, especially with the Snow Spider one that you get with it. Tree Man, shout out to him, saw this skin and Penny Parker in action yesterday, outside of just being, in the spawn with the team up and Rocket, being able to build up some of the jump boots and then the extra bits of armor. But it feels like, because it's also the end of this stage and season, Moxie, at the start of it, there was a lot of buffs to a lot of people. It pretty much was, we're out of Ignite, Grand Finals is over, let's throw a lot of different ideas at the wall to see what sticks. And I think it has given us, overall from this weekend, the most diverse meta I think that we've seen in an MRC thus far, with characters like Iron Fist, Mr. Fantastic, Magic Blade all being used to varying effects, but still, I think we're seeing a lot more variety in action of characters, including the Penny Parker, and especially with the Snow Spider skin.
Yeah, we're also getting Thing. Can you believe it? We're getting Thing in compositions. Like we talked about, there's been an absence of CD, and it's massively because Thing now also has the ability to apply vulnerability. So you don't have to lock a strategist to have Terror Cave and be able to find those openings. We do still occasionally see CD at the opening of domination maps with players going for those portals and Penny Parker nest combinations, but she is much more of a lower priority, especially given the fact that Magneto is still very much in the meta, which means that that Eternal Bond just is a little bit too fragile in the face of the one-shot with the Meteor Amp connection when the CD is mid-dash. Something that we're also getting to see a lot of in the meta is Daredevil, unless he's instant banned, as a lot of these teams are A-OK, MLC bans being universal, with just one side removing Daredevil instantly, the other side taking out the Gambit, and we get to play for things like the Phoenix and Groot core compositions instead.
Star-Lords, a couple of bans, not as many as Daredevil, as the Starcracker skin is on your screen. Again, one of the most terrifying. The little like highlight intro after you get MVP is also probably one of the most terrifying. Why does his shadow smile is the question that I'm asking. It sort of breaks my brain.
Does your shadow not smile, Ryan? I thought that was just something that everyone's did.
I mean, I don't smile, so if my shadow starts smiling, then I think it's a little bit concerning either way. But I think it's the interesting thing, I think, for the duelist is like for Star-Lord, he was available a lot of yesterday, yet we didn't really see him because I think other options were just available. Yeah, this is what I mean. Not only the mice are terrifying, here, why is the shadow like having a glinting smile? And I know it's not me as well because I'm British and I don't have shiny white teeth like that. But go back on to my point. I think it's like, I'm surprised as well with Daredevil, like there has been a lot more of him being let through the draft and him not just being insta-pick. Like I think back to Torch in the early days of, Torch was always just first banned out. And if he wasn't, you'd always just see Johnny Storm in the server, no matter the map, no matter the comp, you would just throw him in. But Daredevil, it does feel that there are specific instances where he just is not the choice. And maybe even like an Iron Fist or a Wolverine might be a better shout at picking him over. So it's not like Daredevil is completely oppressive to the meta, but he's still one of the strongest options when it comes to a duelist.
Yeah, I mean, it depends how you want to play. A lot of teams will sometimes leave the Daredevil in, but then they'll just play stacked with each other so that the Daredevil really doesn't get an opportunity of diving onto an isolated target. So even with the information that the passive provides, there's not a lot you can actually do to make a play off of it. As we can have a look and see our schedule coming on through. We do have the grand finals, but we do have a slightly different schedule coming on through here to look at the games that we're going to get to play, and also to see who's going to be able to walk away, not just with that first place position, but with the money that comes alongside it, as MSC has a very hefty prize pool of a total of $14,500 for each of these seasons that you play. So it is very much supported, but as we talked about, the schedule is going to be ever so slightly different today, because unfortunately the Lions have had to abstain from playing both yesterday and today, given that one of their players on the roster is currently unavailable, which means that Chopped are going to get a ticket immediately into the grand finals. Navi are also going to be able to get a ticket immediately into the grand finals. But before we get to go watch that match, Ryan, we have some series that we simply could not allow the broadcast to miss out on, because this matchup between the Lions and Final Dance, we already know how it ends, but it is one of the most standout series in EMEA. I had so many people in my DMs hyping up this match. I specifically didn't watch it when they played on Thursday as well, on the chance that we were getting to broadcast it, and I didn't spoil myself for any of the action coming up.
Yeah, I mean, this was one that we've sort of known was a good game, and in this instance, right, because we have had the Lions have to sort of forfeit today's games, we're still going to play the grand finals at the normal time. It's not fair to Chop to be like, hey, could you start like a couple of hours earlier? So this isn't as much of a bottle episode, I suppose, but it is like, these are the games that are highlighting that are worth talking about, because it's good practice for us. You guys get to farm the Iron Fist MRC skin as well if you haven't got it already. Plenty of games going on. But also, the whole point, I think, of this stage is to look at the teams in the future. And both the Lions and Final Dance have had a lot to really shout about.
Yeah, especially because we're, as we said, really going to be looking for teams to get picked up, potentially into new rosters, potentially those full rosters getting picked up by orgs. So this is a perfect opportunity for these two to be able to highlight themselves, as we're going to be seeing the Hela removed. That is going to be a targeted ban against Smashnaz, who has really been liking to play that Hela. Gambit and Daredevil already going to be removed from the mix as well. So if a dive does make it through, it's not going to be with the information that the Daredevil's passive brings, but we get the Thing protection, which has now started to become a pretty high priority in terms of the ban draft, given that a lot of teams do actually ban the Thing out purely because having that extra vulnerability, taking 20% increased damage from all sources, has the ability of breaking through invisible boundary, both from Sue, but also from the Loki who's copying her, which automatically puts a whole lot of value on that Vanguard, trading a cooldown for pick potential through a strategist ultimate.
Yeah, it's so easy to apply. It feels like just swinging and hoping, and with the amount of Meteor M's, Kraken's Impact, and Song Infernos, that extra 20% damage from all sources is going to mean eliminations, even with everything going on. Wolverine is going to be banned out at the end, however, from Final Dance, and Rogue haven't seen much of her in play at all, actually, this weekend in particular. But I think a lot of that is to do with the fact that Gambit has pretty much been a first ban for every team, as teams have started to realize that the Gambit-Loki combination is just a certain pace that most teams cannot keep up with.
Well, Rogue is also very oppressive because it forces you to have to take a fight on the enemy's terms. If she's using the Heartbreaker, potentially she just runs down one specific target to force them to have to use their ultimate at an awkward time, or you zone them out of the fight entirely because they have to get out of the distance of it to still be able to hold on to that ultimate. And that's something that both of these teams really don't want to have, especially if you're currently in control of the situation. Being forced into using your ultimate at a worse time just allows the enemy team to predict that ultimate coming on through, disengage it, and come out afterwards with the better ultimate economy.
We've heard plenty about how this game really gave us a good insight into how these teams are playing, the back and forth. It's worth to keep an eye on. And considering that we haven't seen much of the lines so far this weekend, and unfortunately not going to see them in that losers bracket final, it's a good way to highlight how this team got to a third place finish at the very least. And Final Dance also finishing pretty highly. It's going to be Krakoa that starts us off in this best of 5. Right now, it's Ballas dedicating towards the Moon Knight. Saw it a little bit yesterday with the amount of damage that was thrown through, and you can understand it was successful yesterday. It's going to be successful here, potentially.
I mean, the Loki being in play, right, just means that those clones are going to be able to allow those onks to bounce onto so many players, especially if the lines are stacked up. Everyone's going to be taking so much damage, and it forces them to have to split their composition a little bit more, which allows them to be a little bit more vulnerable into the range that SmashNet has. However, Teller will be able to find the first elimination, and it's a big one. Final Dance lose out on the Invis Woman, which now puts a lot more pressure onto Winnie to be able to keep up with all of the sustainability that the Lions backline has. Wealthy still looking for those opportunities, manages to find an elimination. X91F on the Groot's going to be able to continue that going, and the line should be able to pick up first point control, which is huge for them because they're running the Bucky, they're running the Phoenix. They have 2 players who can control 2 different angles and look for hooks. If Satam can find an opening pick onto Final Dance's players, hooking them out into a Groot wall isolation, Final Dance are going to be chased away from actually getting to commit to a fight.
Now Final Dance building up quite a lot when it comes to these ultimates, but it comes to looking at the invisible boundaries, and then they've got a Mischief copies that are going to come in on either side. Whether there can be enough from the Strangler Prison and the Hand of Khonshu together, if that's going to be used. Of course it is. The invisible boundary is going to be used as a response, but this is the kind of spam damage that was the difference maker in the neutral, and it was able to get the pick onto X9. There comes a copy in, a bit of a panic from the Lions now that they've lost their Vanguard, and the Strangling Prison was banked up that they're not going to be able to use until X9 gets back into this fight. Meteor M, End Song, that combo, the synergizing, is it going to hit in the right spot? Doesn't look like it, but on the other side, Teller is going to use it in response, able to take out 2 as Ballas and Oasis go down to the Master of Metal.
Pick potential. The Lions actually cashed out the Kraken impact. Even though X91F was gone from the fight, wasn't able to set the Strangling Prison, there was an opportunity, especially since Oasis didn't yet have that invisible boundary, which was why Final Dance went so gun-ho against that Groot to make sure that that ultimate combination didn't come through until Oasis was ready with the ultimate to counter it. But Lions, with the ultimate investment, do manage to clutch out the fight in the end. And now we head to final fight territory with Final Dance lacking a win condition. Like, that's as close to that Kraken impact, which is the thing that this team is really going to have to rely on. The problem is that Lugia is so far away from the Strangling Prison, you can't really wait until that is up, otherwise we're going to be in the middle of overtime. He's getting close to it now, 8% with the amount of damage this group can do, but you can see the pressure coming on through, and the Lions just decide to go first. Bionic hook from the Bucky, but that just means that X91F is right on that doorstep to come on through with the Strangling Prison, and Final Dance just don't get the opportunity to react.
Because it was a clean team wipe from that Strangling Prison, it means that nobody's going to be able to go on to the Doctor Strange to Paul for Final Dance. Clinical stuff from them. More like the give and take. But I think one thing as well that you sort of highlighted, that there's no win condition for Final Dance. I remember Ballas doing this against Foot in particular, of like he went, I think it was Moon Knight then on Hell's Heaven, and then switched over towards the like Bucky a little bit later on. So we didn't see a Kraken's impact at all in that first point. Once he moved over towards having it, which he has available to him now if he wants to go straight in with a Strangling Prison play, he at least was able to sort of bring it back a lot and really pushed Foot into a full 3-pointer on that first map in that best of 5. So
the problem is, if Final Dance go fast and first in this first fight, right, with the Strangling Prison, with the Kraken impact, Lions currently have the lead in terms of strategist ult charge. They've got both the God of Mischief, which is 10% away, so basically up in the first 5 seconds, and already Rex has the invisible boundary. Final Dance can't really commit to that double strategist ult fight until Oasis and Winnie are in those same positions. So they're going to have to play it a little bit slower, which is going to allow the Lions to potentially find a pick before those ultimates come through.
And the other thing I guess you're hoping for is that Smash Dares, with a lot of Jean Grey players, just is able to get these connections with the left pick together and just burst down one of the strategists whilst they're trying to prepare, just catch them out completely by surprise. One of the reasons why I think the Moon Knight was dedicated too early from Ballas, just oh, I went from 100 to 0 and now I'm like down. Like, what happened? They're the kind of moments that I guess Final Dance are going to be hoping to look for. But the Strangling Prison is going to be used first. You have got the Invisible Boundary used, but a perfect hook from Ballas is able to pull the Vanguard's way out of position, and the spot that Rex decided to put this down in was actually completely exploited from Final Dance as they pulled those Vanguards way out of water.
It was baited. It really felt like a bait. Final Dance, because they were so far out of where the invisible boundary was, forced with the Strangling Prison, which he then anticipated to be followed up with the Kraken Impact. Final Dance 1 were nowhere close enough, which meant that Oasis and Winnie both get to hold on to their ultimates and now have double strategist ultimate advantage. But it also meant that Ballas didn't have to commit his position for the Kraken Impact to be used, which now you have both the Meteor M and Ensong Inferno and the Kraken Impact. And unfortunately for the Lions, that one Loki ultimate isn't going to be enough for the pick potential that Final Dance have in this next fight. So they have to play this absolutely perfectly. They don't have a Strangling Prison, so we're going to see X91F just move on to the point, try and absorb some of that damage, allowing Rex to hit Invisible Boundary before the Lions commit to this fight, but also wanting to get the Grid ultimate up to give more value to Satam's ultimate, who sees Lugia go low enough and just decides to force in the Kraken Impact himself so he can find the elimination into a reset.
Oh, Winnie actually gets a pick onto X9. No, so it's traded out, and these are where the big ultimates are coming in. Meteor M, and so we need to find like a way to Potmanfoul those two like ultimates to try and show this combination, but it's not able to connect. Wealthy finds the pick, goes straight into an Ensong Inferno, trying to jump right onto the Invisible Woman, but it's not really going to go down too well in the end. Oasis able to hang on, but ever so slightly. Doesn't matter too much for the Lions. They're not going to care about the eliminations at this point because they have taken progression of the point, and if they're able to actually survive this combination of the Strangler Prison and then a Kraken's Impact, it's going to feel really good. But all of the players get taken down from the lines in an instant, but they were all stunned as well from the damage that came through and also smashed theirs.
Oh my goodness, I thought for a moment X91F had been able to bail the team out with the crew walls blocking Ballas with their Kraken Impact following up the Strangling Prison, but like you said, everyone is stacked up, which meant that Smashness just got a Phoenix done onto 5 people, and then with the changes made to the damage fall-off, still has the range to be able to follow it up into an elimination, and Final Dance hold on to the point. We're about to head into overtime, which means that Lions are going to have to take this fight no matter what strategist ultimate charge they're currently going to be at. Milkboy going to be trying to just ward off Smashness's position over on that high ground, because remember, when it goes to overtime, that Phoenix is going to be virtually untouchable when the Vanguards commit to just trying to play point.
Yeah, there's no attention that can be afforded to that pesky character that's going to be on the flanks of being irritating when the objective itself needs to be touched and hit by the Lions. Progression still needs to be made, so even at this point, Final Dance dedicating the Invisible Boundary. Would Winnie try go for God of Mischief afterwards? I don't think so. When you've lost 2 of the players, unless you feel like you can turn this fight in an instant, you'd be happy to give it up in the end, especially with the Lions going through. But it's the fact that they have progression of the point now. It's at 18%. Final Dance can consolidate and go for a big swing at the end.
That's the thing. Final Dance held on to ultimates. They traded 1 Invisible Boundary for 2 casts of Invisible Boundary, both strategist ultimates, Strangling Prison, and Kraken Impact. They're 1 fight away from getting to take this round, which means that the Lions are going to have to lose someone early into the fight to be able to set up that strange portal, or the slam dunk coming on through from Teller and Wealthy has to be one of the best that we've seen. They do at least have control of the space, and they're managing to put a lot of pressure as well onto Final Dance on that walk-up. But again, Final Dance, they've got so much point percentage to play around with, they can just absorb all of that incoming spam and translate it into strategist ultimate charges. Meanwhile, Lugia Goat is splitting the team's attention, so the rest of the team get that opportunity to walk, and Smashness and Bass get less attention that way. Strangling Prison, I think it was trying to pull the Lions up onto that wall away from the shield coverage for Smashness to be able to land an elimination. Doesn't quite work out, but it did disrupt the entire Lions setup enough that Ballas just commits the Kraken Impact onto the point itself.
Well, it was the big opening for Final Dance to go in before the strategist ultimates are available, and they might just have got there narrowly in time as Ikubi has managed to grab the God of Mischief up. Wealthy has to switch away from the duelist role to the Doctor Strange to go for this portal play. There's the invisible boundary first. Now Rex says it's available, and at least there's going to be this match. Is the Ensong Inferno Meteor M actually going to be able to connect from Final Dance? As I don't think it's being able to really connect onto the eliminations, but maybe it's creating pressure. Maybe it's forcing people out of these invisible boundaries to make it a little easier for Ballas to go and get these eliminations and picks. He's found another one onto Satam now that the fight is really turning into a headstrong approach, and the point flips back into Final Dance's favor. The pull from the Strangling Prison doesn't take people off the point, it just eliminates them instead. Final Dance bring us to the third step of their routine onto Carousel.
We go all the way. We said that this was going to be a standout series in the EMEA matchups. We did not lie. This one is going the distance. But yeah, going back to like these group plays, it's very much a sort of Zen Starry group play style. If you follow Choppermac coming on through from the Pacific region now, he really likes to do group walls up from the walls to pull people from the low ground up onto the high, but also so that it goes over the tops of shields. Things like the Invis Woman shield and that Magneto shield, which can be so problematic for the Grid Ultimate to actually be able to connect onto. You can take advantage of the range that Strangling Prison actually has by sticking it to a wall and managing to, with the AoE, bypass the shield entirely.
We do definitely need to come up with a name of like the Meteor MN song combo. Like,
yeah, the
there's
problem
gotta
is
be...
players don't have an actual name for it. Players don't even actually use the ultimate name callouts, Ryan.
Oh, they always,
Whenever I
yeah,
talk
it's
to
always
players-
something dumb.
Yeah, it's a party trick. Every player always like gives me a hero and says, okay, what's their ultimate called? And then when I say it, they just laugh.
Yeah,
Because they're too long for callouts.
Yeah, you just sum it down to like caveman calls because it gets very chaotic in games like this, certainly when it comes to target focus, which I gotta say for both teams is really good, but it helps when you got Ballas that's able to just sort of 1v6 in some of these fights, find the right target at the right moment. But I am curious to see what is going to be the win condition for Final Dance. You have got a Kraken's Impact and an Ensong now in hand before these ultimates are available. But Lugia going down just whilst these ultimates being farmed up for both strategists means that really Final Dance might need to take a step back and a bit of a breather if they can get out, because these group walls are going to make it a little bit more difficult.
Lions are going to have both strategist ultimates up, which means that they have all of the confidence now to take that fight aggressively walking forward. They do have to worry.
Already?
Hold on a minute. We've got Portal coming on through from Lugigo, coming back on that Strange. Try and split the line of sight coming on through from the strategists, pushing them closer to the team and meaning that they're a little bit more vulnerable. But Strangling Prison is going to be followed up now. Final Dance's Milkboy trying to zone out all of that incoming damage with the Meteor M, but the moment that the Mag's ultimate is done, Satam still got that Kraken Impact up and ready to go. Finds the reset off of the Doctor Strange and is going to be able to keep on piling this pressure through. I think Final Dance, they know not only did they lose that point, they also lost in terms of the ultimate economy, so they have to reset as quickly as possible so that Lions don't start running away with the momentum on the domination map type.
Really did feel that the first pick onto Lugia. He goes for the Doctor Strange and farms up an Eye of Agamotto in that amount of time, which is also, frankly, ridiculous. But Lions, I think, just having control of like both of the strategist ultimates, able to relay to McCubey, saving the free players that were stunned. And Winnie, now that he has got a mischief, goes to show he didn't have it when that fight was really extending and going on quite a while. So really is the difference maker. It's a very binary way of thinking, but Final Dance, it is just putting one foot in front of the other. Now you're going to go for the copy to see if you can find this fight, but this is the response instead. Meteor M on the other side, trying to deter people to move away from this objective that the Lions still have control of. Doesn't end up in an elimination, but it really does allow Final Dance to not get the full use, I think, out of the invisible boundary as they were forced to semi-back off.
Oh my goodness, that bionic hook just connected onto multiple players and grabbed them right out of position. It's made worse as well by the invisible boundaries that Final Dance just don't get the opportunity of moving forward and getting into a position of healing whoever got grabbed out. In fact, Final Dance had no choice but to try and echo the invisible boundary themselves, but now that just means that without that ultimate and the Loki's copy against it, when they're going up against the Strangling Prison and Kraken Impact combo, that Lions are about to get online. Strangling Prison comes on through from Lugia Go, but Regeneration Domain is there from QB. No Ensong Inferno to melt out the doppelgangers, and this is just Lions looking so clean in this fight as Final Dance didn't get the opportunity of disengaging it and waiting until they were comfortable to take another.
And because this has just been all in control Lions, Final Dance are not going to have a portal play to go for. And there's so many players going down. Is there going to be a touch in the attempt? Winnie has to go for the invisible boundary in order to try and touch and keep fighting this, but he's pretty much on his lonesome. The healing per second is going to keep him alive against multiple targets looking at him, but it has given him a bit of a chance with a Bulwark and Milk Boy now with a Meteor M. Mostly using it, I think, to take in some of the damage that's been thrown in, but it's only delaying the inevitable in the end now. Wealthy is going to be the one that's going to add the cost up at the end, and the Lions 100% to 0 on this final point of Carousel take this first map in the best of 5.
Yeah, great game sense there coming on from Wealthy on the Phoenix to be able to track down where exactly that invisible woman was because they were so close to the invisible boundary. Literally, the comms that for Final Dance would have been Venom stalls out on point, takes as much damage as possible, and you translate all of that incoming damage into charge for your Invisible Woman. You get Invisible Boundary up, you get 8 seconds of breathing space, potentially, of being able to hit an ultimate win condition for yourself. Maybe Ballas is able to build up a Kraken Impact, maybe Smashness is able to come on through with an Ensong Inferno connection. Either way, it would have given them an opportunity of trying to turn the tide of the fight, but Lions just shut it down immediately. And that domination map type, like the flow and rhythm of those fights, really shows quite well how these compositions play. When you have double strategist ultimates up, you have the confidence to take the fight. When you're waiting for those to be built, both the Bucky and the Phoenix with so much spam pressure, the Bucky with the hook, have the opportunity of finding an elimination seemingly out of nowhere. But when the ultimates come up with those invisible boundaries, both the Groot combined with the Bucky for their ultimate cycle and the Magneto combined with the Phoenix with their ultimate cycles have the damage potential to break through the healing of invisible boundary. And that's why that entire composition plays out the way it does.
It's also like one of the things is just like the 3 eliminations that went against the QB and Rex. Like they just didn't go down ever. And they were able to put out a metric ton more healing. As a result, like with so much damage thrown in from Ballas and Smashness, the strategists were keeping everybody alive and they weren't necessarily picked off in the end. So the backline feeling comfortable for the Lions. We'll see if they're going to raw themselves to a quick win in this best of 5 that we're looking over after a quick break. So we'll see you soon.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you.
2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the Regional League and Mid-Season Finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualify for the Grand Finals. The final results from Stage 1, the Mid-Season Finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the Grand Finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still, I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
Beholds the God of Thunder!
spiders. Time for some fireworks. It's spider time!
You are done, dude. Oh, thought you had me. Happy holidays!
On the hunt. Let the devils out! You couldn't be saved.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the last day of the Marvel Rivals Season 5 EMEA Championship, where we're jumping back in time ever so slightly. We've reset the clock all the way back to Thursday to get to catch up with the insane matchup that was Lions versus Final Dance, as we got Krakoa giving us a little bit of a taster of what is to come, Ryan, as we went the full distance. We got all 3 sub-maps, but now Final Dance, 1 map behind, get the opportunity of choosing the next map that they take us to, and we go once more over towards Central Park, which I feel like to many teams has become the comfort convergence map.
Yeah, in comparison to like Heart of Heaven, which we've not seen at all from anybody.
No.
I don't think anybody wants to try and make that work in the current meta, and seen what's changed a little bit from the action in the grand finals, for example. And then, yeah, Symbiotic Showdown, you've got to try to like deal with as much as you can, and those maps can be very long, as we saw yesterday with Chopped playing up against Cooking with Kaya. So Central Park seems to be the one that is like really living in the comfort areas for most teams, and certainly Final Dance. We saw them yesterday try and pick this map a lot when they were on the back foot. But now it's whether or not they're going to change up much of the draft, and instantly there is the change. Instead of going for the ban onto Daredevil, they're going to take out the Groot to make sure that, honestly, on the hands of X9, you're not going to be able to play it.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of Groot's best maps. That being said, Groot, just every map for Groot is a strong map, given that you create the angles yourself by being able to build those walls. So there's no sort of one-sided advantage to a Groot player if both of you have that Vanguard up and available. But what it does do is have a setup for ultimate combinations: Magneto, Meteor Am, Ensong Inferno, Kraken Impact. Take your pick, whatever you want to stack with it. It's always going to be able to find value, as we're going to be getting the Thing coming on through from Final Dance. This was a save from them last time, but we didn't really get to see it in play. I think, like, because there was just so much damage, even though Bucky can't actually push the thing with things like the Bionic Hook, he can still spam him down from afar, right? Same with the Phoenix. So you're taking so much incoming pressure that you just don't get the opportunity of ever actually entering into the fight. We're seeing a lot of teams actually play thing on Central Park and find more value on the defense than on the offense, where it can become a little bit harder, again, to get him into those fight situations safely.
The low-key ban coming in second means that it's a bit of a spot for the Lions, who would have protected Groot if it wasn't banned out first. Going for the Mantis, feeling like that low-key ban could come in second for Final Dance, which is nice. So you do have so many options for at least the strategists. You're not losing out too much. It's not going to be the copies consistently coming over on the invisible boundary. Has to be a little bit more, which also I think adds a lot more success to the thing, where you don't need to wrestle with those big AoE healing ultimates. You just have to wrestle with the fact that it's going to be free. The Daredevil ban coming in last instead of first for Final Dance, they're not going to mind it too much. But I also do like that the Angela's being picked up, considering that Lugia had some terrific moments on this character in previous series where we saw him just knock everybody off of the map on third.
I mean, Andrews is really strong in Central Park, right? Is able to, on the attacker side, fully sweep high ground on left or right side, so that you get more space for your duelists. Yeah, Moonlight coming on through as a ban is very interesting, especially since, one, Groot's already banned, and Loki's already banned.
I think they're just worried about, because this Lions playing defense first, they're probably going to go triple Vanguard, triple Strategist, so they think that like Moon Knight is going to be the most annoying siege breaker, and also on the side of like
but then you still have to worry
Ballas.
about Storm Punisher.
Yeah, but Ballas on Moon Knight, that's like...
Yeah, true. That is something that Final Dance played, even when they weren't playing the Spawn Break strategies over on that first submap over Krakoa. As Lions are going to be starting off on the defense, first of all. It's interesting as well that they didn't go for the save on the Daredevil. Given that Final Dance, the first map, they went for the instant ban on the Daredevil. Now they're banning out the Groot, which I do think is a lot of value, but they also still managed to get that Daredevil ban because Lions saved as a priority Invis and Mantis to be able to play this triple strategist setup with that Rocket Raccoon, which now means that Cosmic Yarn Amplifier is going to be up, Forces now, the Phoenix on the other side. Ballas is going to be picking up to have to use the Ensong Inferno to melt Cosmic Yarn Amplifier as quickly as possible, which does mean that it's a little bit easier to read when exactly your opponent is going to be looking for those setups. Plus it means that Milk Boy and that Magneto might not be able to find the Slam Dunk combo too.
Playing up from the high ground, Final Dance. It's going to be Smashless on the Star-Lord that's going to try and contest it a little bit more. And the fight up of this place is leveraged nicely, I think, from Final Dance in the end. I have to sort of spread out these fights, and they can do with a triple strategist to set up these crossfires, and it means that Lugia needs to be a little bit more selective on the targets that he wants to try and fight. Thing actually in play, protected first for Final Dance instead of second, but actually going to be used in his hands. And when you've got these fights scrambling onto point and you want to try and bully the defenders off of it for some cheap progression as the attackers of Final Dance, I think the Thing's a really good option to do that with whilst these ultimates are still building up.
Yeah, the problem is that Lugia goes taking so much damage, however, and Winnie hasn't been able to stack directly behind the Thing because it would just leave him too vulnerable to the space controlled by Wealthy with the pocketed Mantis for that 12% boost. And then X91F is going to be able to get maximum charge on the Emma, who's also getting the Mantis boost. Those blue arrows mean that they're carrying that 12% Mantis power pack. And that means that this Emma is going to be able to output duelist numbers, building up that Sonic Seduction, which is going to be able to play havoc with the commitment coming on through from that Galactic Legend from Smashnez's side, if he even gets off of the ground to be able to use it, because the Star-Lord is down. Final Dance aren't running the Rocket Raccoon. There's no ultimate iframe coming out with the teleporter if Smashnez finds himself taking too much damage.
Right now, it has just been Final Dance building up the ultimates, all 6, but you just need a good window in order to use them, as nothing's been forced out. In fact, this is going to be in spectacle with all 12 ultimates going to be online at the same time, 3 of which used pretty much in the same instant as the Ensong Meteor M combination actually does find a pick onto the rocket. There's no BR back available for him either, and the Soul Resurgence shut down very quickly from Smash Dares. Lions might want to just consider giving up this and keeping whatever ultimates they have, at least buying a bit more time for Wealthy to come in with the portal at the very least, because the Silent Seduction is going to be ready for X9, and that tied in with the Yarn Amplifier might be enough to actually keep fighting this. 2/3 has been hit from Final Dance, and even Milk Boy's going to dedicate a portal on the offensive side to make sure that they can cap this and not get full hold again like they did in previous games.
I mean, for Lions, it was more important for them that they force the Invis boundary and Galactic Legend from Final Dance. If Final Dance still had those ultimates available, when they now push for control of this first corner on second, they would be able to overpower the defense and from there snowball through all of second, essentially to that last fight for control of checkpoint, which the Lions simply could not allow. Smash knows on that Starlord does have the mobility and will be able to go up onto that high ground, getting full cover as well by Lugigo, who, if he can apply that vulnerability, someone could very quickly find themselves getting absolutely melted through by the combination of players. Ballas is absolutely melting, however. On the off angle, everyone was so occupied with the thing in the Starlord, no one was looking at the rooftops that the Phoenix was playing from, and without Wealthy being that, Lions don't have any stun potential of slowing Final Dance's aggression when they just decide to full send their fight. And in the meantime, no one from the defense has been able to bypass the attacker side, which means that that convoy is moving entirely uncontested.
Full steam ahead like a freight train, and Lugia is doing the exact same thing. We were highlighting Ballas' good mechanics there, but Lugia is actually pressing on the thing, which I didn't think was really possible. Still going in for these fights, used to clobbering time, was able to get the elimination, swing through, and now just standing in this doorway. A movable object, at least the closest thing you're going to get to it when it comes to a character into Marvel Rivals. Invisible Boundary is going to have to really allow Lions to get out of this choke onto the objective with only 5 meters left to push before the second checkpoint. But Ballas is buying a little bit more time, seeing if he can pull people off the objective to buy those last couple of meters to get on to the third point inside this castle. But the Lions are actually starting to string some of these strategist ultimates together. The Fate of Both Worlds was used, but Moxie, the point was touched. Final Dance are able to move on, and this could be a disaster if they start to string these losses of players all the way into the end of this map.
Yeah, Lugia goes an unmovable object, but Lions currently don't have unstoppable force. They had no space. Wealthy would be what you look to try and take this thing down with that Mantis on the pocket, but because they only had control of one main route, there was no opportunity to press the thing on the side lane. So Tam now is off of the Mantis because they've worked out that strategy is just not working. They have to go through for that Bucky, look to hook someone out of position, put more pressure onto Smashers, maybe grab them out of Winnie's ultimate to be able to find an opening and slam the brakes on the momentum coming on through from the attack. Meteor M at least is going to be able to slam the brakes on any impact coming on through from that Galactic Legend as everyone from Final Dance takes cover from the Emma ultimate in the sanctity of that invisible boundary, but that just means that QB gets to hold on to his and use it a little bit later. And that should be the Lions finally consolidating their forces, gaining some ground back. And on third, where again, Final Dance are going to be losing control of a lot of these spaces, they might be able to win out another fight with the better duelist ultimates into this next one.
And the Final Dance are looking to change up the vanguards because the Angela was protected. It's not been in use so far for either side, but they could switch over to it to use the Pit of Despair that's on the left-hand side of Teller that you might be nervous of. But right now, Milk Boy building up to a Meteor M, and Lugia's thing has been really a big difference maker of just being in the faces of the front line of the Lions. You can see there looking a little bit more toothless, but there are a couple more instances where we've seen Lugia go in, and then as he tries to retreat, that's where the Lions try to push in. Clobbering Time is going to connect onto at least a couple of players. Both Vanguard, Teller, and X9 are going to be hit by it, and the Fate of Both Worlds is going to be slammed down on by the Enslog Inferno and the Meteor M. Rex isn't going to be playing the music too long for the Lions, as the rest of Final Dance are really starting to hot step their way to the end of this map. It's going to take a Jeff for Rex to get back quickly, and even Satam switching over towards Wolverine. Any fast rollout characters that they can get are going to get no progression on it at all at the end there. Blitzing stuff from Final Dance, and the Lions on that defense looking a little bit toothless.
Yeah, I mean, any objective touch is just entirely nullified. Winnie is camping for the push with Force Physics. Milk Boy as well, we were following the Magneto's POV. He's waiting to see if he can hit that right click for the stun and knockback so that no one from Lions gets the opportunity of tapping, and Final Dance are able to tap dance their way up over that finish line to find the full push from Central Park, not even in overtime. As when we headed into third, like that moment where Lions went for Saddam swapping onto the Winter Soldier, they had a little bit more space. We got to see the Bucky really keeping watch of that right side to make sure that no one tried to wrap around and put pressure on the strategists. But at the same time, Final Dance just had so much space control by Lugia being able to just push through with clobbering time from main, supporting Ballas's base to come in through with the Phoenix spam, also behind the thing. But at the same time, Smashnez was just being an absolute mosquito, pulling so much focus from the Bucky over onto that flank route that Lions just lost a lot of engagement uptime that they had of being able to find the eliminations on the walk-up before the fight began.
Yeah, it is really hard to watch your flanks when you've got Lugia. We sort of mentioned like the vulnerability that you can apply to 20% extra damage, but also just having the thing in your face. You can't just be like, yeah, let's just ignore this guy, make sure that we don't let Ballas or Smashnez get comfortable. He is just omnipresent. He's literally blocked doorways in front of you to stop you getting in. How could you not dedicate resources to actually force him out? So now we're starting to see why the Protect went in for the thing beforehand, and whether the Lions might want to consider trying to take him out a little bit early if they can help it, because right now Lugia is showing exactly why the thing might be the biggest meta swing, the biggest meta haymaker so far that we've seen. He's going to get caught out a little bit, but he has got the way to get out of these fights once the Absolute Zero came in to slow him down at the very least. But the Lions now, finding that first pick onto Smashnez, might be able to push on whilst these ultimates are still being built up on the defense. Invisible Boundary is nowhere near available for Winnie.
I mean, yeah, we're getting the Invis and the Luna as well for those Snowflakes to come on through and help support Star-Lord and Phoenix when they're off on those flanks, as we can see Ballas getting full pocketed by that Invis, getting to play an off angle behind the shield, fully protected. Which does mean that Final Dance is still making headway, finding these eliminations on lines even before they can walk into the area of effects of that invisible boundary. Oasis very much just waiting, biding his time. See if it's even worth committing the fate of both worlds to match, but they don't need it. Get so much control of space. They just waited for the 8 seconds of the Invis ultimate to be done and get to hold on to double strategist ultimate. And it's so important for the Luna not to mirror when the invisible boundary is infested, because you're relying on Fate of Both Worlds for the 40% damage boost, which then allows you to turn the End Song Inferno into that pick potential even without the Magneto to follow up.
5 ultimates, almost 6 available on this defense, and it just isn't looking to be the same for the Lions. Puts a lot of pressure, I think, onto Satam and Wealthy to find these right picks. It was actually the strategists on the backline lines that we were highlighting that were just pretty much immovable, but Oasis going down with the Fate of Both Worlds in hand is enough of a concern. It's going to force an early invisible boundary out from Winnie. There is going to be enough to try to keep up with the Lions when their Fate of Both Worlds is going to be used themselves. And the Meteor M catching on to Smashnez just as he was maybe starting to posture around his own Galactic Legend, and when EQB didn't actually have the invisible boundary themselves to protect them. That is a major pick for Teller, actually, to keep the Lions in this one on the attacking side now that half of this time has been wasted on the their attacking side.
Final Dance, though, do still have ultimates in play, and they're going to use that Galactic Legend now that Meteorama isn't up for Teller. Forces Cube into using the invisible boundary, and Wealthy capitalizes on the slow when Final Dance's players are stuck right in the middle of it, finding that elimination, trying to just take out the damage burst potential of the defense. But when Milkboy comes on through from the Doctor Strange, it's still strategy instead of pick potential for the defenders to be able to start melting through the numbers of the Lions, who still have this Galactic Legend. They're waiting for the opportunity to be able to use it. Sam's got the Lunar Snowflake. He's got the position behind them as well, so Final Dance don't get the opportunity of playing their strategist behind the pillars, at least until Ballas manages to find the elimination on the Star-Lord. And what should have been an opening for the attacker's side is falling a little bit flat, flanks to that clutch factor coming on through from the Phoenix.
The clobbering time, I think, was mostly blocked by the shield that was put in from his Invisible Woman. It still hits X9, but only narrowly. I think it protected like 2 or 3 other people. So clutch stuff that comes in from a QB that is very close to farming up another invisible boundary themselves. But Lugia just crunching on down onto Wealthy. Milkboy came in with a portal, finds a pick onto Rex. So the attackers now, without both of their strategists, making it just shy of 2/3 on the points. And now the portal isn't going to have much more follow-up in the end. There's 20 seconds left for the Lions to actually go in and fight this one. And there's still a lot more work to do before Final Dance potentially full hold them here.
Yeah, I mean, Final Dance, they're looking like they're going to just pressure to force Rex into using Lunar Ultimate from the Lion side on the walk over the point, since QB has to wait until they're actually on point itself to be able to invest it. They're just going to have to play inside it since there's overtime coming on through and Smash as he's waiting for that one to be done. QB held on to the invisible boundary, however, so Lions do still have healing, plus the Sonic Destruction coming on through from X91F is going to be able to shut down Smash ultimate. The question is, do they have anything left to deal with the Vanguard's ultimate and Oasis, who's been hiding out of the way, making sure he doesn't get picked prematurely to come on through with the fate of both worlds. One-sided strategist sustainability swaps over to the damage burst to be able to allow Lugia to find these eliminations, and that is all she wrote. It ain't over until Luna Snow is singing on that point, and Final Dance are going to be singing Oasis's praises as they tie up the series, taking us 1-1.
And remember that for MRC, that is universal bans, there's no non-mirrored ones, but a non-mirrored thing seems to be a big difference there. Lugia has been terrific on most of the Vanguards that he's played, if not all of them, and he's been a lot more flexible than we've seen. But unless the Lions intend to use the thing himself to the same amount of success, I think you got to ban him. I think you got to get him out of the server. Like, it seems to be one of the major factors. And I think the group ban did go a long way for Final Dance in the end. So it's 1-1 in this series, and really a testament to how good these teams both are. And Winnie, I think, with only one elimination against him, is a secret MVP, I think, despite Lugia showing exactly to a T why the thing is as good as he is right now.
I mean, it was just game awareness, honestly, coming on through from Final Dance, which tipped the tides of them being able to complete that hold. Because when they're posturing up, like when Lugia drops down to be able to press Lions walk up and force Rex into having to use the Fate of Both Worlds, because as I talked about, you can't use Invisible Boundary on walk up. It's static, it doesn't move with you. It's going to be the Lunar Ultimate that has to be pulled in. They all know that they can just play the later lasting Lunar Ultimate on the side of Oasis, and that's a communication thing, not just a player individually. So you can see that this team, they're not just strong by one, they're strong as a full team core. But we'll have to see whether or not Final Dance will be able to continue pulling maps away from Lions, or if Lions will indeed adapt and start instant banning the thing. We'll be back with map 3 after this short break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you.
2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the Regional League and mid-season finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualify for the Grand Finals. The final results from Stage 1, the mid-season finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the Grand Finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still, I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
Beholds the God of Thunder!
You know what to do, spiders? Time for some fireworks.
Let the devils out!
You couldn't be saved.
We got ourselves an even series so far, 1-1 in this best of 5, and naturally I think the Lions, considering they had a good time over on Domination, have decided that we want to go back to a previous one. We're going to go to Hell's Heaven, because unlike we've seen in Ignite, we don't have to go to Convergence now, Convoy, because we played the other 2 game modes. We have to finish on a particular one. These teams can pick free domination maps if they wanted to in these kind of games, and that's exactly what the Lions have decided to try and do.
Well, something else that they're going to have to pick between is what they want to instant ban, and it is going to be the thing after that performance coming on through from Lugia Goat on Central Park. But that does now mean Final Dance get the opportunity, if they want to go for it, to save for the first time in this series Gambit, which means that we might get Gambit Loki shenanigans, in which case we're going to be seeing and hearing a lot of raging royal flushes with that 30% increased ult charge, as the Lions are actually going to be saving the Wolverine.
Interesting. Going to some more of a different choice. Rogue is not going to be allowed to team up with her beloved. Monshera is going to have to sit on the sidelines again in these kind of drafts. But with the Gambit being protected, Final Dance also wanted to go and take out the Loki yet again, like they did over on Central Park, and protecting the Hela as well to give themselves a little bit more bite, I would say, with this kind of composition.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Lions really put a priority on banning out the Hela, and if they wanted, like, they could have gone for something like a Hela Phoenix Crossfire to put more pressure on this thing, instead of just outright banning it out. But because they went for the ban on the Rogue instead to deny the team up coming on through from that Gambit, it does now allow Smashnes to be able to get that Hela through and still have the Phoenix available as well to be able to play those crossfires, as it looks like our strategist lineup is going to be Invis and Gambit, as with Hela getting the save, Lions are now forced into removing the team up of the Hela and the Namor with a ban on the Mariner, so that we don't have Tidal Dirge coming on through, which can be so detrimental for teams to have to play into on Hell's Heaven if you're stacked up too tightly in those small rooms. The AoE reach of that team-up ability is wild.
Magneto banned out means that Hela doesn't have to worry about barriers as much. But also, it means that Mantis and Daredevil are going to be allowed in the server, which have been priority bans for Final Dance up until now, and we can already see the Satam is hovering over it. What worries you? What's the oh no from?
Star-Lord, that's why they're going for the ban on Magneto. It's Star-Lord. They're not going to be able to Meteor Arm absorb, damage boosted, Gambit ult boosted, Star-Lord Galactic Legend. Smashnes is about to go absolutely crazy with those ultimate openings.
So the draft is looking very different and a lot more spicy from Final Dance, right? Like they've got to protect onto the Gambit and Hela, 2 characters that have been consistently banned out in all of the drafts so far today. And then for the Lions, can't quite go over the same success that they maybe had on Krakoa with the draft, but they take out the Thing, which I think has provided Final Dance that space to actually change up this draft quite a lot. So I think Final Draft seems to be like the better option, but it's not always based on that. It's whether you can execute on these mechanics, and the Lions, they are very good on domination. We know as much. So whether they can do the same again here.
Well, I mean, the Lions do have that Daredevil to be able to go in and play off of everything that Tella is going to be able to create, and then the more players who look at the Daredevil and Angela, the more value Wealthy is going to be able to find, because he's going to have so much less attention on him. Final Dance very much doing something similar with the Angela and Star-Lord to be able to set up for Ballas. So again, this first fight, it's so important to make sure that you're playing in a good position and you don't just have someone too close to an Invis who's able to come through with that force physics and instantly remove Winnie from the playing field. Satam just getting to full send it. Invisible Woman doesn't get to hide when Daredevil's in the map.
It was brutal stuff. Akubi was the one that was able to like find that first pick in the end, and then Satam Gets the dash in, force physics away, gets another dash in, makes it very difficult for Final Dance to get comfortable at this point. Immediately fall into the Wade side, but group it up and trying to go for a more aggressive hold on this flank on the high ground. The QB bunkering down in that same position is going to have some like aerial support from the Angela just in front. And now that you see that Final Dance trying to take this high ground flank around, the objective in the fight is going to be happening on the point, trying to bait people into the little pit that's right behind the Angela on your screen.
Here's the counter rotating, coming on from Lion's backline with the information that Satam's able to provide, stacking up with their front line so they don't get jumped upon by the Antler and the Starlord, but now moving over to point, especially with the pillar going down, they are going to be vulnerable to the damage coming on through from Winnie, Smashnaz, and Balas. And Smashnaz is going to use one of those right clicks, get the auto reload to be able to keep on finding those eliminations on the disengaging Lions players. And now, this is what I was worried about, right? No Magneto. This next fight, Raging Royal Flush, Galactic Legend, and the Lions are going to be walking right into it. They have such a small window to be able to come on through with a one-sided Raging Royal Flush, and they're just going to be denied it because Lugigo, patrolling over onto that high ground, is able to mark out the Daredevil, and Lions don't find the engagement opening that they're looking for. Final Dance get the opportunity and build both the Starlord and Gambit ultimates up to have in this next fight.
Making a lot more sense why Na'Vi were first protecting Magneto in all of their games too, to just make sure that this whole play isn't allowed to see the full light of day. The Smashnaz is good to go. It's going to put a lot of stock onto that invisible boundary from the QB, who is stunned. Still has it in hand. Ensong Inferno is going to be used on both sides, but this Ballas actually finds the elimination over on the side of Final Dance. Now you've got Heaven's Retribution used, pulling people right into the fight. An invisible boundary is going to be dedicated at this point. Means that Smashnaz is just ready and waiting for this duration to end, and he might be able to find his space. But because Final Dance still in control of the objective, there's not really too much pressure on them right now. It's just going to delay and find a bit more time. Shooting most of the damage onto the Angela, and the Silent Seduction attempting to try to make that Smashnaz isn't going to find too much. No eliminations, but it is going to force this to a more scrappy engagement. Force out the Silent Seduction on one side. Millboy has the freedom in order to use it on the other without it being mirrored, and that is going to give some more space to Ballas to find a pick onto the Gambit in the backline. He finds himself two, and a great hold and set play from Final Dance with everything that was going on in the server.
This needs to be a fast fight loss. Lions can't afford to lose anyone else here to incoming poke coming out from Ballas's. We're going to get a strange portal play. Teller and Satam are definitely going to be looking to line up those ultimates, especially to put pressure onto Oasis, but what an opening. As Luki is able to find it, doesn't manage to go off of the map themselves, and actually that sets up Teller to be just a little bit too vulnerable. Oasis turns around, pivots, finds the pick, and Lions, the ultimates that they were looking for to open up that fight, just they don't get the opportunity of using it. Final Dance managed to take the first submap of Hell's Heaven, and we go again. And by the way, like, something to talk about as well is the ultimate control that they had when they saw Lions go for the rotations of the Gambit mirror ults. Because Lions were rotating through a low ceiling room, they used Ballas's Ensong Inferno, guaranteed to be able to hit the ground in time to force the invisible boundary, and then because Gambit Ultimate was already invested previously and Magneto was banned out, Smashnaz is going to be able to hold the Galactic Legend, and Lions had no choice but to use Psionic Seduction to be able to put the pressure onto the Starlord instead. So you had a way of literally forcing 3 ultimates that you were able to perfectly predict and rotate away from.
Yeah, Heaven's Retribution was used from Lugia, I think, in the same sort of vein. So, Lions now, are you going to look to try and change this around? Wonder if Tellers went for the Doctor Strange before. I think it was the bottle play in hands of like Lions, so I don't think... Was it going to be the case of like going for the bottle? Yeah, still 90 seconds before you wait for it. Yeah. I'm not sure what the plan would have been to sort of stay on him at that point, but like Teller now over onto the Invisible Woman. You've got the Venom actually in play from X9, who's doing his best to try and dive on the backline now that it's a little bit easier to try and coordinate maybe with Satam. He needs a bit more support.
Yeah, I mean, the Venom is going to be able to find those openings, allow Satam to come in through with this Daredevil ultimate. They need to go fast, as unfortunately it got fully locked out by Smashnaz, so when the dive commits, both Strategist ultimates are going to be up for Final Dance, which means that the dive, even with Let the Devil out, is not going to be finding the value that it's looking for. Final Dance are able to force the invisible boundary as well on line side of the map, and no one is inside it. Stars just absolutely nullifies it with the Ensong Inferno getting fully sent through as the Phoenix is able to respawn once the ultimate caster is done, where the Phoenix decided to begin the ultimate as opposed to incite the slow. And off of the back of that, Lions lose their first fight. And we've talked about how important it is for a dive composition to win that first fight, because now you can't just play disruption. You can't play non-committal. That Venom and Daredevil has to find pick value, and Lions just know they're always going to be cleared out of it. They're always going to be scouted. So the Daredevil is swapped off entirely. Satam goes over to the Mantis to damage boost Wealthy.
And there's retribution used from Lugia, but he's actually the first elimination as Satam has switched over towards the Mantis in this triple strategist setup, so it means that Wealthy has to be the one to find all of the picks. Maybe they feel like the dive from X9 is going to be enough to give some space and some wealth over towards Wealthy. It just felt that the dive wasn't working, but...
That's the thing, like, Lions committed Ensong Inferno with damage boost and Gambit ultimate, so they had all of that incoming damage to just roll over Final Dance in that one engagement. And as we talked about, now that Lions composition is in control of the fight, X91F doesn't need follow-up on a duelist. He can go in, he can disrupt, he can pull attention, and Wealthy with the damage boost is going to be able to find the picks in the interim. This was really smart from Lions. They just needed one fight to turn things around.
It's basically taking the lorry and putting the handbrake on right onto the objective now, and it means that X9 should have a bit more freedom to work with, but we've already highlighted the win condition that Final Dance are wanting to try and do. Very much a structured routine, choreographed to perfection, as Widow Strategist ultimates used up and narrowly before an invisible boundary would be available at all from EQB. Means that, well, not even a damage boost was needed onto Smash Dares. The Galactic Legend was free in the sky to do what it wanted.
Yeah, Final Dance just ignored the Venom perfectly so that they could go in, take the fight with the ultimate, push the front line before QB got the opportunity of holding the invisible boundary up, which would have prevented those eliminations from coming through. And now the Lions, they have that same problem that they had previously. Venom isn't going to be able to find the picks, it's only going to be a distraction coming on out. But the distraction, it's good enough! Wealthy is able to come on with one, make that two, and Lions are able to build their way onto that point, come on through, drop the invisible boundary, find the eliminations onto Final Dance. With the slow, they're finding these eliminations so quickly too. Final Dance aren't even really able to translate it into a massive amount of point percentage coming on through from the stall.
It doesn't even feel like the investment of this Silent Seduction is just a great ultimate to invest in any case. Tella using it to try to go onto the offensive, and then it was the invisible boundaries from McCubey. But running the triple strategist and Satam having the soul resurgence doesn't feel like it's as costly as it might seem. Final Dance building up quite a lot, but the progression on this second point is looking a lot more even. The commitment is going to be off this invisible boundary on the side of Oasis, followed very quickly from the heart of the cards, I suppose, from Winnie as it goes in, like the Heaven's Retribution going to slam down, and the counterattack from Lugia finds plenty off the back of this. And now it's not only that you're looking to be able to take the point and whittle away these last pack members of the Lions, but if there is another push that comes in once we start to get to the late 90s%, Moxie, Smash Dares has got that Galactic Legend. I think it's a question of whether he's forced to use it now, because this has been stalled up to perfection from X9.
Yeah, X91F just uses the Feast of the Abyss to self-sustain,
Oh, he's dead.
and he stalled long enough for Wealthy's Ensong Inferno to connect onto two. That was the clutch factor that the Lions were looking for. Teller is coming back, reinforcements as well on Final Dance's side of the map, with the Strange Portal and the Strange Shield to block off Milkboy's ultimate. QB is going to be able to play behind his own shield as well. Still hold on to the invisible boundary. They've got to see themselves through. The regroup coming on through from Final Dance, who were waiting with their own Strange Portal. But Lions have better sustainability. Out comes the invisible boundary. Oasis getting pressured. We can see the Lions going for the station onto the Invis, trying to find the elimination to take that boundary out as quickly as they possibly can, because Final Dance now have that ultimate of the Eye of Agamotto, but X91F just pulls the attention perfectly, allows Lions to build up all of the resources and cooldowns, as Milkboy has no choice but to flip and turn to try and find the Venom, but that means he's not pressuring the front or the back line from Lions' composition! Gambit ultimate comes on through, Wealthy's Ensong picks up another two, and that's the turnaround! Lions are going to be able to even things up one apiece. We surely head into another round of Hell's Heaven.
There's a couple of players trying to go against the inevitable at this rate. Milkboy is the last one that's going to be onto the point. But in both of these cases, as we go to a third, it has been Wealthy, provided that space, able to actually be the difference maker. One less duelist in the server for the Lions, but the triple strategist, the sustain, and then also the Venom just means that Wealthy can get a bit more space, even with Final Dance having this uncontested Galactic Legend. Smash Dares having that forced out in that fight was a real difference maker, and then Wealthy being able to eliminate him whilst it's ongoing, major work from him.
Yeah, I mean, the 12% damage boost just means that Ensong Inferno's pick potential skyrockets. You don't even really need to align it with another ultimate. And then X9 1-up, not only is he providing the space for Wealthy to build up the ultimate, but when he's in there, if Ensong Inferno is mid-cast, the more players who turn around and look at the Venom, the less players are looking at that Phoenix's 500 HP summon bar, and the less opportunity they have to be able to take it out. Like, it's honestly getting to the point where someone like Smashness just needs to make the superhero play of intercepting the Ensong Inferno with the Starlord iframe.
Capture the mission area. Got it?
End-to-end stuff. The domination game's close. I think we were looking at Lions being one of the top teams naturally wanted to bring us back here after winning the first map over on Krakoa. Now Final Dance. Building up very close to another Galactic Legend. And it might be able to beat a QB's timing of getting those silos up for the invisible boundary. But whether there's going to be a dive, you've got the Soul Resurgence used, get a bit of the damage boost on the Feast of the Abyss. Potentially might be enough to sort of go in for the little bite, the lethality at the end of this, whilst they're going for the dive. But Milk Boy is the first elimination. There's a Galactic Legend. Another player has been picked off, but so does Satam at the end of this Soul Resurgence. Wealthy now is going to be hit from Smashnez as the ultimate is allowed its full duration. You've even got Lugia that swapped over towards the Venom to try and go for the success on the other side. But the bite is a little bit sharper from X9 as the Feast of the Abyss goes back onto Winnie, just as the Raging Royal Flush comes online too. So Final Dance, even though they were able to get 3 picks off the ultimates that they dedicated, it might be a lost fight for them in the end unless there's some bigger dedications. Invisible Boundary's even going to be thrown in. Winnie will be back soon with the Raging Royal Flush, but you got to imagine what's going to be the difference maker. Could Ballas find some of the same success? No, because it's all of the strategists actually clearing up shop before Rex has even needed to use the Raging Royal Flush. It was just off the back of Lions' damage.
Yeah, they don't even need Wealthy as well. Coming out with an Ensong Inferno to capitalize when everyone is just bunkered inside that invisible boundary from the Invis. Potentially to heal from their own from Oasises or getting slowed by Kyubis, but now that they're in that driver's position, they're going to be able to scout out where this dive rotates from, so Lugia God is going to have a much harder time. Das is on to the Mantis themselves as they've noticed that they just can't afford one Phoenix to have damage boost over the other, as X9 1F does what he does best, anticipates when they're going to use the Gambit ultimate, forces all of the strategists to have to turn around, and 4 people turning and looking at a Venom means no opportunity of shooting out Wealthy. What a read, using the Venom to scout out the rotation coming through from Final Dance, who thought that they would be safer from the dive by going around the side of point to huddle and bunker up inside that room, but that plays perfectly into the positioning of Wealthy's ultimate cast.
Thought it was a nice cute shimmy, but the 2 left feet of Final Dance run into a calamitous affair. So now the Lions looking to see what kind of ultimates are going to be available, and already giving a lot of respect up and a lot of space. Akubi trying to see if he can jump over to grip with the other strategists, sees that there is a Venom on the other side naturally, trying to keep as far distance as possible with this little triangle crossfire on the back. Feast of the Abyss is going to be used as X9 looking to try and go in and force some more resources, but he really wants these players from Final Dance to fall to the ground to them, make this more of a scrappy engagement. And now once that Lugia has gone in with a Feast of the Abyss, it should be open season for X9 to keep harassing this backline. The high ground might not matter too much, and Milk Boy connects onto one, but it's traded on the other side. Ballas uses the Soul Resurgence, gets immediately taken out from Teller off the back of it. Great sort of read and the focus on this target. The Final Dance, even with losing the Mantis in their own triple strategy setup, seem to be having a bit more of a fight back. Looking likely that they're going to be taking this point into their favor, but Moxie, it's 99% for Lions. They've done exactly what they needed to.
I mean, it was a great eye of Agamotto coming through from Milk Boy, which is why they were able to take QB out before Invisible Boundary comes on through. They catch the Invis with the stun, but they also have Rex put under the pressure too, so he doesn't get the opportunity of purifying the stun and allowing the Invis woman to sustain it, because if that had happened, QB would just have matched Oasis's ultimate, and Lions would potentially have been able to take it 100-0. So that's now do get an opportunity of being able to aggress first, since they have this Gambit ultimate, but they have to be very careful, as Rex is going to also have that Gambit ultimate ready to go, casting his first. Winnie's going to be holding and using theirs in reaction as this fight moves over onto the point. Smashness with the Ensong Inferno looking to find the same value as Wealthy, but everyone from the Lions was just so split. The Phoenix isn't able to capitalize onto a body huddled all together, and QB just waits, uses the invisible boundary on the point, as the rest of Lions players just push Final Dance out of those positions to secure a flip.
No boy is on the strange still, but I think, is there going to be a portal? It has to be now because it's 99% Lions have regained the control. I imagine at this rate, it's just waiting for it, but there's nothing. Nothing left for Final Dance to throw into this routine. And despite feeling like their draft turned ahead onto what Lions were trying to do, and even taking that first point in good fashion with the Galactic Legend strat that they had, the Lions do really well to try and rectify it, and the switch arounds to their comp really worked out because they gave Wealthy the MVP. Up until the second point, he was not in the server at all.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, X91F is the one who doesn't really get all of the glory, right? Because that's the thing about Soft Dive, it doesn't show in statistics. You're not going out, you're not finding all of the eliminations, you're not doing absolute bucket loads of damage. But what you are doing is bringing so much intangible value to the team. Wealthy's able to walk away 14 final hits, 31 eliminations, and only goes down 6 times in trade for it. But that's thanks massively to what X91F is able to do on that Venom. And honestly, like, the Lions as a whole are players who we're definitely going to be watching throughout the entire rest of 2026. Like, they've really proven that they can hit those same highs of the teams that competed in Ignite previously. But for me, X91F is probably one of the more underrated players, flying a little bit under the radar, as when a Vanguard is doing well, we're not always talking about them because they're just doing their job, right? They're living, they're not getting picked, they're not making too much of a noise on the wrong side of the elimination feed.
It pretty much feels like both these teams adjusting to what the other is throwing at them in real time, and it's exciting to see. So with this best of 5 still to go, we'll get the grand finals later on, but we'll see exactly how this series is looking to potentially conclude after this break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you.
2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the Regional League and mid-season finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualified for the grand finals. The final results from Stage 1, the mid-season finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the grand finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
Beholds the God of Thunder!
You know what to do, spiders? Time for some fireworks. It's spider time!
on the hunt. Let the devils out!
You couldn't be saved.
Map 4 in this game of the Lions versus Final Dance. And honestly, Moxie, we're kind of just going through Groundhog Day, it feels like, which I think is like around this time of year. I'm not American. I don't know when I didn't know it was an actual day for one, but we just keep going to the same maps this weekend. We're headed to Midtown in this map 4 of this best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely one of, I think, the better maps to try and shut this dive down, right? So that you don't have to worry about the Venom as much, because obviously you don't just want to ban it out, because then something else is going to be able to creep through the universal ban draft. So just play your strategists in bunker positions where the dive can't commit as freely, or if it does commit, it's going to be an overextension and immediately is going to be punished. As we're going to see a continuation of the group banners, as we talked about. X91F might be scary on the Venom, but he's downright terrifying on that group.
Mantis protected too for the Lions, sort of similar to what we saw before in the other types of game modes, which I think Final Dance, with the experience that they have, I got to feel a lot more comfortable on it. But the Rogue protected early on is really interesting, considering it was like the thing being banned out. They wanted to maybe go for like the Gambit again, but feeling either that they can go for it later, or much like it's happening now, that the Lions would ban it out themselves. Yeah.
By banning out the Loki, one, you interrupt the team up with the Mantis of Vibrant Vitality, and two, you force Lions into having to ban out that Gambit. Unless they want to go into the cycle of you raging Royal Flush, then we raging Royal Flush, then you raging Royal Flush, then we raging Royal Flush. As again, we're going to have this Hela save coming on through. Final Dance, they could decide to commit to it. We're yet to see a Hela in play from their side. Again, this could just be the first Lions into having to burn one of those bans against that Namor composition, which does mean that they're not going to be able to ban out things which can otherwise help out that Rogue.
I've been a lot of like protects in this draft so far, as we're seeing like the Namor and the Daredevil end out the final bans of this map. We have seen a lot of protects on the characters that just weren't used. Not only in the last game that we've had Hela protected and wasn't really in play, it's going to be protected here. It might be the same case. But also Wolverine was protected over on like Hell's Heaven before from the Lions. And that wasn't really needed. And I think the main point that you made to me when I was bringing it up is it's just keeping the options open, that flexibility, and it's hard for teams to get a gauge on what comp you can run when you have those opportunities available to you still.
Yeah, and do you know what else is going to be available to Ballas? Moon Knight. Because by going for the save on the Hela, Lions were forced to ban the Namor and didn't get to use the last ban on that hero, which means that Final Dance don't have the Groot, but they do still have the Spawn Break potential of a damage boost coming on through from that Storm, and how quickly those Moon Knight Hand of Khonshu's can build when the defenders are, as we talked about, bunkered up on those side rooms.
There's a little bit of like protecting stuff that you notice in the other team ban out quite late in the stages to see if there's a spanner in the works there. You know, Wolverine, for example, one of the latter bans, if your lines go, maybe if we go that, they might not have a Wolverine player, we can go from there. But at this level, the players are pretty flexible, and, well, the Winter Foreskin, we've sort of mentioned before, used a lot, or actually on Lugia on this part of the map. We saw at least a little bit more of it yesterday, but naturally he's going to go over towards the Rogue to sort of make use of the protected character and see if they can brawl out a little bit more.
We get the Hela as well coming on through, so the Rogue is going to go in and come from a different angle entirely to drop down, so that Final Dance have this full crossfire setup of Rogue controlling the backside, and then Hela and Phoenix being able to play off on the right and left side of things, which just means that Lions are forced effectively to only be boxed into this one space that they control, which means, I mean, Welpy's doing a really good job actually coming on through with 82%, but he's going to be absolutely overwhelmed in terms of angles that he has to turn and look to. The good news for Lions is that they're only running one duelist, so they can literally just play him behind all of their vanguards with the Mantis damage boost, so he gets sent on Inferno to be able to find a connection onto Winnie, but there's no follow-up damage afterwards. Unfortunately, the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier not coming on through in time to boost that Phoenix ultimate up, and the invisible boundary will remain.
Early Yarn Amplifier. And now more offensive capabilities are being dedicated from Final Dance, but the other two strategist ultimates that they have on this defense are available. The first is going to be used Soul Resurgence. Maybe once this starts to run out, yep, QB is going to use it to just hold on for a little bit longer as everybody is trying to succeed some space from Lions. Silent Seduction is now going to go for the counterattack, and that sort of pressure that comes in from the front allows a little bit of a shimmy over from Wealthy to go and get the elimination to pick off the back of it. The rest of the team on this defense of the Lions is going to clean up nicely, and a lot of stuff dedicated from Final Dance. Good progression, but you really wanted to put the foot down on Lions.
Yeah, and now they've lost control of all of that space as well that they previously had developed for both the Hela and the Phoenix. X9 1 up. Ooh, almost bites off more than he can chew, thanks to that force physics coming on through from Winnie. And Lions have to be very careful as well how they deal with Final Dance dropping from the high ground onto the low. It's the moment that Lugigo closes the distance. We've got Invis Boundary to cut off the disengagement. We've got Heartseeker as well to be able to go on through and just absorb all of the ult charge coming on through from that backline. Smashness is going to be able to take full advantage of the space created by the Rogue ultimate, just sending Lions into a full panic mode. Comes on out with the full duration of Goddess of Death, as there was no Meteor from Teller to be able to absorb any of the Hela's damage.
I see a little bit of the use as well from the Emma Frost Luna team up that came in with the start of Season 5. Not really the same level of impact as some other team ups that we've seen, but still enough to actually allow Final Dance to get that space going. And I guess like the Rogue also works on the attacking side if Lions wanted to go for more like an Adam Warlock comp, because that ultimate charge is going to be eaten up fairly quickly, and it just is going to slow it down when it already takes quite a while to build up anyway. But the Lions changing up their composition? Not really. They're still going to keep to this triple strategist and trying to go for this Magneto Emma Frost Vanguard line to gain some space. Wealthy also wants to try and go for these crossfires, but we've said how forgiving it can be if you end up losing out on either side in this situation. Final Dance can't afford to put his foot wrong, and the Iron Amplifier is going to allow them to be aggressive. It's instantly deleted by the Endsong Inferno on the other side, but the Lions not losing anybody, but losing a lot of space and mileage on this payload.
Yeah, but you can play Subway, especially when you have one-sided Endsong Inferno and Invisible Boundary. So Final Dance, they're going to be just taking a little bit of time, farming up some of those ultimates. Silent Seduction probably to be able to press in. And then once Winnie's got that Invisible Boundary, looking for that commitment. As it's actually going to be X9 1F. Lions have identified that Final Dance were playing the battery ultimates instead of fully committing with them. And they do decide to try and push, see if they can find an opening. Haven't been able to find an elimination. Make sure that their strategists are fully away from the walk-up. But in the meantime, someone snuck over onto that high ground angle, which Wealthy is now dispatched to having to deal with. He doesn't find the elimination, however, though. So Smashness is still going to be able to try and play from it, as Ballas pops up as well with that Endsong Inferno looking for an elimination once those invisible boundaries are done.
Got a Heartbreaker thrown in from Lugia, but he is going to be sent into the Heart of Ice. X91F has been able to get off the back of the Silent Seduction, and also just a chunk of change to boot. Now you got Wealthy that's going to try and clear out this flank of Smashness that after the Goddess of Death isn't able to get much from Final Dance. They still have 2 minutes left on the clock to push this further, but it is pretty much banked into the end of the second checkpoint, which is incredibly hard for the attackers to even get to, especially when the Lions can push up this far ahead and just sit on the middle of this horseshoe.
Yeah, that was the fight Final Dance really wanted to win. That's why we saw them wait so long to farm up those ultimates before they committed to it, because now getting an elimination out of nowhere from Smashness and Ballas is going to be so much harder to be able to do, especially because Rex's BRB, it's essentially unreachable for players coming on through from Final Dance. So Lions are always going to be up 1 in terms of those numbers with the reses. However, Lions very passive when it comes to controlling that high ground position, and they've allowed Final Dance to actually walk up. Both of the Vanguards going down. So Tam does manage to come through with that damage boost with Wealthy's Endsong Inferno trying to even up the score, as they do have the closer respawns, but this is very dangerous territory for the defense, as they're having to invest 2 ultimates, Emma ultimates, to be able to take cover around point and build up that invisible boundary around the corner before they can commit into it. Final Dance pushed away and allowing Lions the opportunity to regroup.
Lions all pretty much stacked on top of each other, so some of these bigger ultimates might be more of a pain, but Ballas is a great pick on Tatella. He is going to have the be right back that's going to bring him into the fold fairly early, but you can already see the Silent Seduction try to flush him out a little bit more. Meteor M is going to be used in an attempt to try to scamper away from that posture. Again, this spot on the defense, and Ensong now slamming its way through, almost horizontal to get through into the subway to touch the point. But the Lions are looking to have to give this up. It's pretty much on the edge. There was plenty of players that were still alive in order to fight that one, but now it pretty much has to be throwing your bodies onto the line. Now that overtime is pretty much going to be triggered with the amount of stall that's coming in. Meteor M thrown in to really stop these defenders wanting to get through these main two choke points. And right now it looks like Final Dance have got it across the board. 90 seconds left to push it all the way to the end of the map. The Lions buying a lot of time at the very least.
Yeah, the turn could have been wealthy, so close to the Ensong Inferno, but denied it before he goes down, so doesn't get the opportunity of getting the health reset. Smashner's now as well has the opportunity of taking that high ground. Did use the shift to be able to reach up there, so has to be pretty careful in terms of how he takes that 1v1 duel against Wealthy, because it's not a 1v1. Wealthy's getting the Guardian Shield support. Smashner's, though, has the support of an actual Phoenix by his side, as Final Dance are doing everything that they can to be able to control this high ground, because it gives them such a good line of sight to put so much pressure onto Lion's backline, which means that Wealthy has no choice. He's got to go down, he's got to get stabilized, then he's got to go back to contesting that angle. But they lost that fight, and Final Dance can now apply pressure from two separate lanes at the same time. Lions not getting the opportunity to regroup or return pressure themselves. This is just a matter of trying to regroup inside their spawn so that they can try and recontest as quickly as possible, because in the meantime, Ryan, that convoy is moving uncontested. We're about to head into final fight territory if this defense isn't careful.
20 seconds. Silent Seduction from Milk Boy is going to be the thing that's used first, and it is going to bully out an invisible boundary. Lions happy to use it. They have a lot of ultimates banked up, so they don't need to afford to be frugal on this approach. Jan Amplify Silent Seduction is going to follow, but Wealthy, who was maybe hoping to use the most out of that damage boost, is taken out instantly. Soul Resurgence almost used as a way for the Lions to keep their pack intact, at least as much as possible. Meteor M has to be respected whilst it doesn't end in an elimination. You saw just how far those defenders needed to actually completely slip away. Final Dance have taken a lot of space here in the end, and now Smash Theirs is up on that postured position, using the fact that the focus for the Lions has to be the point itself, that he can't really get pressured out. But still, to be fair, Lions know where the win condition is going to be for the attackers. They can't let Smash Theirs get comfortable, but maybe that provides some space for Ballast instead to be the one to put out the suppressive damage. No, Satam is going to stop him in his tracks too, and there's a bit more of a push of his Hella trying to fight for this high ground, bullied away from the Mantis and the Phoenix on the other side. Emma Frost trying to grab onto Magneto. The Bulwark and the Iron Curtain has to be used on himself, but it's not really going to be too much more to be done in the end. The wall used from the team up of Emma Frost and Luna going to try and be more mitigation, block some of the damage that's being thrown in, and Final Dance has still managed to keep the feet on this dance floor, on this objective. The Lions not afraid to fight back a little bit more in the end, but it's taken absolutely everything in the pack for Final Dance to get on. But Lions finally stop it at the depth. I feel like if it hits third there, Final Dance have it in the bag. Finishing this map is hard, Mox.
Yeah, I mean, fair play to the Lions. They made one big mistake on third, which just snowballed so much distance out of momentum for the attack. Losing out on that high ground control where they just sent Wealthy with an invis shield. There wasn't really anyone else from Lions who has the mobility to go with that Phoenix into the 1v2 that Final Dance were so happy to be able to take. They changed that up entirely when we saw Satam accompanying Wealthy to be able to clear up onto that high right side coming on through from the defender's POV. It put so much pressure, it forced out Smashnaz, it allowed them to set up the elimination onto the opposing Hela and Phoenix, and then Wealthy was in a position to be able to drop down and find the elimination onto the Lunar Snow as well. So that Final Dance just lost out in terms of sustainability. They weren't able to play for a strategist to keep the team up until they hit one of those win conditions, because when the convoy is as close as it is to the defender spawn, you need to find those eliminations fast, otherwise you're not going to be able to finish out the map.
I just had my nails done.
It seemed that, I feel like Lions dealt with what Final Dance, much like this whole series, both these teams kind of know that with the pressure, there's still a job to do in certain elements. Not letting Smashnaz get set up with the Hela, not letting Ballast, they know that they need to touch the point, otherwise it's pretty much done. That's the objective. You don't want to Cloud9 at all in any case, but they also know that they can't just throw bodies on there. And it's not going to be the way to buy their time. Lugia also showing it off on this only really part of the map, part of the world that we see maybe a bit of Central Park. The Penny Park used outside of in the spawn for the team up. And right now it's whether the Lions can break through this kind of bunker, but with the Storm and the Moon Knight, more of a case of when than if.
Yeah, I mean, Satam is going to be getting already 60% to their first round of Conchu. The good news for Final Dance is that they don't need a strategist ultimate to be able to sustain it. They just need to be able to stack for Soul Bond to come and through from Ballast, but that's why all of this Moon Knight's damage is putting the pressure on the Adam Warlock. There's the Hand of Conchu, there's the Soul Bond that we were talking about, and all the while, Winnie's actually able to hold on to the BRB as well. That's not able to build as quickly as he wants to that Karmic Revival, but Oasis just getting so much heals stacked up, building up that invisible boundary, keeping pace as well with Kyubi, which is a huge feat given the fact that Final Dance, by running triple strategists, they're cannibalizing each other's ultimate charge. Lions are going to go for a rotation over into side room themselves as they have Cosmic Gun Amplifier and want to make a play, and we essentially get the positions flipped. Lions are now playing where you would expect the defenders to be as Final Dance just get fully choked up inside side room.
Really stopping Ballast from just starting to back off to safety because there's no safety in behind you. Spider Sweeper actually is going to get the pick onto X91F. The BR back is going to bring him into the fray, but everybody else has actually gone down from this attacking side of the Lions. Camp Revival is being bought up, but I do like that combination of Spider Sweeper and Amplifier because I imagine that just mows people down.
The 40% damage amp applied to those Penny Nest is, pretty brutal for Lions to have to deal with. As Ballast is going to be setting up in the Adam Warlock position, essentially waiting for everyone on Final Dance to go down to be able to bring them back with the Karmic Revival cast. Does he get scouted out by Welfie, though? Yes, he absolutely does.
Oh no, Ballast.
Of information is sometimes all of the information you need. And when Lions do the head count of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, no Adam, they know exactly where to send that Storm ultimate.
But I mean, the Life Cocoon was still available for Ballast, so he is pretty much going to stand right back in the same spot. What else could be used on him? As Satan might want to be trying to keep an eye out in that position too.
Hand of Conchu,
so that could have been a lot more stressful.
You cut off the Karmic.
Yeah, and I think a BR bag might be available from Final Dance too, because there hasn't been that many eliminations against them with these fights now. So the Lions don't want to be full held here. Might up the Penny Park win rate that we've seen. And Ballast just standing in the side of a room. Wants to be supportive. Soul Bond has been out. Now he's got like 70 seconds that he can sit back and wait. As Welfie is taken out from distance, actually.
I mean, Satam's getting into the 1 versus 1, and he's just distraction, so that Teller and that Magneto can wrap around from staircase and try and jump on the Adam when he's distracted, but he gets spotted out, and Ballast is actually still able to stay standing. The crucial thing for Lions was that they were able to force the regenerative cocoon, so even if BRB was up, Karmic Revival cast with the BRB still wouldn't bring the Adam Warlock up with the ultimate in play, which is why Lions are doing everything that they possibly can to get on top of this Adam Warlock, but they just don't have anything that can really separate away from the pack and individually put pressure on Ballast without immediately getting scouted and taken down by the rest of Final Dance's composition, who are essentially playing 2 kinds of defense, the objective and the Adam Warlock.
Now whether they're going to sit back now, Cabinet Revival for Ballast, he's waiting for his opportunity to use it. Might have a Soul Bond at this rate too, because it's been quite some time and Lions struggling to just get their way through onto this point. Punisher has been the switch over from Satam, not too far away from having a final judgment, but now with the Spider Sweeper making things a little bit harder to step on. Welfie, again, just short of having the Omega Hurricane. The overtime is being triggered, and the payload at least is starting to move, but it's barely moved anywhere. It's still got so much else to hit on this point before they get an extra 2.5 minutes. And if they wipe Final Dance completely, well, there's still that counter revival of Ballast is not really needed to press at all. Yeah,
that's
he's
the
got
thing.
it all.
Self-res now comes back on cooldown for the Adam because Lions just have not been able to hunt the Warlock down. Storm Ultimate is going to come on through, but it doesn't matter. You can pick Ballast, but you're not going to be able to prevent the self-res from regardlessly bringing everybody else back. So Lions effectively now muted for the full duration of that revive strategy. And with the Soul Bond coming back as Ballast rejoins the fray, it feels like we have a full hold on the cards, especially given that Rex gets taken down. Cosmic Gun Amplifier is going to be up, but there's just no follow-through damage, no ultimate to be able to actually connect into eliminations. And Final Dance full hold.
It's a full best of 5. We knew that it was going to be a good game, but to go the full distance this way into Final Dance, making these non-domination maps absolutely sing for them on feels like the choice right now for Convoy in the same way that Central Park is for Convergence.
Yeah.
However, Moxie, I feel now that we go to this 5th map, it's in the hands of the Lions to choose. It's got to be domination. And it's probably like Celestial
let's
Husk or something
all
at this rate.
act surprised when Celestial Husk decides to pop up in a matter of moments, because that's like one thing that you can get away with in MSC that you couldn't in Ignite before. You can play multiple map types without having to run through the full gauntlet of all of them. So if you're a team that's exceptionally good on domination when you're playing a best of 5, surprise, surprise, you can afford to lose 2 maps, but still have the opportunity of taking us to 3 domination map types. So I think definitely for Final Dance, there's going to be a lot of pressure in terms of how they approach that ban draft. We've seen that they go for the Groot, and it finds a lot of value, but that's on a Convoy map where you can bunker up. You start on a defensive side, you can already prematurely put your strategists in a position where that dive cannot connect onto them. When both teams start off in domination, there's no such opportunity to already decide where you're going to position before that dive can distract you. So X91F, if he gets a hold of that Venom, he's going to be running circles around Final Dance's composition.
Seeing a lot more diversity of choice, I think, for Final Dance as well, with the Rogue being thrown in at the end. That's only 4k worth of healing. It was just on the defense that he was playing a strategist, but 4k's worth of healing in 4 minutes isn't a lot, which I think is one of the reasons why we saw Oasis and Winnie being able to farm up these ultimates very quickly, even if he's sort of screwing himself over, frankly, of like making it harder to get a counter revival. He just knows that he needs to play a bit more safe, put out some damage, and he'll eventually get it. And once he did, it really didn't seem like the Lions could breach that at all. So yeah, for me, Moxie, we've had a couple of days to see what this series was going to provide, as it was played out on Thursday, but it's understandable why this was such a good game to highlight in particular, right?
Yeah, especially because like to go from such a close series and then into a full hold, it's a rough one. But we did just get to very briefly see what map is going to come up. So yeah, Ryan and I were going to be acting very surprised. I wonder what map exactly could be coming up, as we'll head into it after this short break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, hoping your rise, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, the arrival till the end. Rise up, hoping your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days,
2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the regional league and mid-season finals hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite will determine whether teams qualify for the grand finals. The final results from Stage 1, the mid-season finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the grand finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
beholds the god of thunder!
You are done, dude. Oh, thought you had me. Happy holidays!
On the hunt. Let the devils out! You couldn't be saved.
Welcome back, everybody, to the last map in the MRC Season 5 EMEA showdown between Final Dance and Lions. And Ryan, we said it, we're gonna act surprised. Can you believe it? Celestial Husk is coming up as a third round of domination that Lions decide to take us to. Who could have seen this coming?
Yeah, quelle surprise, I guess. But I guess the main differences could be the draft itself. I think some of these steps for the Lions are not going to change all that much. The Thing and Groot being the respective first bans for both sides. And then for Final Dance here, it was the Rogue Protector they had over on Midtown that we just saw. Wouldn't say it made all of the difference, but I think it's just making sure that Lugia is on one of the strong characters. Angela is another one of his main choices, but I think the Rogue is going to suit a lot more here. And the Mantis also, the Lions wanted to see if they can keep up with the triple strategist lineup that worked so well on Hell's Heaven.
Yeah, I mean, for the Lions, there's no reason in particular to, one, change your draft, or two, change the composition you played on Hell's Heaven, right? Where you have Mantis for the damage boost onto Wealthy, you've got the heal stacks as well to send out onto X91F. Like, it very much is on Final Dance to be the ones to adapt into what they, I'm sure, are predicting is coming as a composition from the Lions' end. And I'm going to be very interested to see how they do approach X91F. That is inevitably going to be coming out on Venom unless Final Dance ban it out here. But no, they're going to be removing the rocket instead.
They don't want to deal with the double damage boost that comes in. Because you would imagine that the Phoenix has got free reign to go in for these plays, so the damage boosts added on top of it.
Or the BRB as well.
Yeah, it's a little bit too much to deal with, especially on some of these points on Celestial Husk that are a little bit more under terrain or in buildings. Plenty of places to throw that BRB and deal with any dive as well. So you might have not given yourself as many options on the back line to deal with a Venom if it starts to come through for the Lions again.
Yeah, I mean, Final Dance, it feels like they're going to be relying on this crossfire pick potential from Ballas and Smashnaz, which is why we're seeing Winnie still on that Invisible Woman. One thing that Final Dance could have done to deprive resources from Wealthy would have been remove the Invis Woman, but MSE bans being universal, if you take the Invisible Woman away from Wealthy, so too do you deprive Smashnaz and Ballas of being able to access it, and that's just something you simply cannot afford to do. One, for the Guardian Shield to be able to protect your duelists when they are going to be vulnerable on those off angles, is if they do decide to play the Hela and Phoenix on two split positions, one is going to be very alone and isolated unless they decide to play Ballas closer to the team core, and Smashnaz gets accompanied 24/7 essentially by Winnie. But as we talked about, Lions are indeed going to be on that same composition, coming on out from Hell's Heaven, and this is up to Final Dance. How do they adapt against this Venom? It's going to be the Angela, actually coming on through from Lugigo, who just spears X91F before he can commit onto that backline and distract, so that Final Dance get this opportunity of setting up onto point first, and they come through with the first elimination. Lions down that Magneto, no opportunity to anchor their team core on the point itself.
Felt that once the X91 got under a little bit more strain, Teller has to come in with like bulwarks to protect. Ended up from being on the high ground down low, and as soon as Teller's a little bit more susceptible, Final Dance were able to just switch targets and focus on the right people. So a good first fight for the Final Dance. Right now, it's just about building up these ultimates to make sure that Winnie and Oasis are going to be comfortable, especially trying to get like the Fate of Both Worlds, Invisible Boundary up in time for Teller to have stuff like the Meteor M and the Endsong Infernos. All of these ults that are going to slam down. Ball play is stunned for a moment from the Lions, but whilst they're still posturing and setting up, there wasn't ever going to be the follow-through needed from Final Dance now that they have point control.
Lions, actually, because they know that the Venom strategy is just going to be constantly gate-kept by Lugia on that Angela. Swap X91F over to the Venom, so Lions now can play a little bit heavier to that anchor composition, trying to rotate around the backside of point, but that just means rotating again into a low ceiling position. 2 eliminations coming up from Endsong Inferno. No damage boost, no Meteor M needed to be able to pull off those. And Lions are really going to have to try and work out how to get out from these chokes, because they just don't have anything to actually draw the attention of Final Dance, split the defensive positions so that Lions can send one person to backcap point and allow the rest of their team to walk forward.
Everybody seems comfortable for Final Dance right now, and the dive is going to start to come in. A really good sleep, actually. But you still see the Lugia is going to try and go on the offensive. The crossfires are set up as Ballas and Smashnaz. Uncontested, as you mentioned, because the Venom has now gone from X91 as their own rod to the Emma Frost. You've got a Sudden Seduction on the cards very, very soon, but it is going to be a Soul Resurgence forcing out an Invisible Boundary on the other side. Everything else for both teams ready and waiting to see who's going to buckle first to use up some of these bigger investments. Fate of Both Worlds is going to come in, and there's a response of the Endsong Inferno. Meteor M might have been combined with actually from Teller, but he gets eliminated from Milfoy on the other side. Heaven's Retribution going to force out Invisible Boundary on the Lions' side, and Sudden Seduction really trying to make sure the Final Dance can't follow up on it, but they've reached 99%. It's been such an easy ride so far for Final Dance on this first point that honestly the Lions have really just looked like this one fight is the only one they've been able to realistically take.
I mean, Satan's going to try and come back in on the Doctor Strange, but realistically speaking, this one's over. As Final Dance are going to be able to close out the first round of Celestial Husk 100-0. We talked about them having to adapt against the Venom. They adapted perfectly to that Venom. And then the last fight as well, the problem for the Lions, they were relying on the Sonic Seduction. But Final Dance had 2 perfect reactions to the Emma Ultimate. Milkboy with Meteor M, Smashnaz getting to dodge it too with Goddess of Death, which actually gets to sort of play off of the back of Meteor M, absorbing all of the incoming projectiles, which could have been sent the Hela's way. So Smashnaz actually gets to reside in the ultimate form far longer than we would traditionally get to see a Hela, as traditionally they get fully burnt out of it. Now it's up to the Lions to go back to the drawing board and try and change up their composition. Looks like the answer for them is going to be this Winter Soldier coming on through alongside that Phoenix. But remember, no Groot. It was banned out from Final Dance, so they don't get to play for the combination of Strangling Prison and the setup of Kraken Impact.
4, 3,
You know, Satam now over on the Bucky is the area of the map is going to be a little bit more sort of open, playing around the pillars. We go into this next stage of Celestial Husk. And now for Final Dance, yeah, it really feels that Smashnaz has had a lot of freedom and opportunity. It's not him necessarily lighting up the elimination feed all of the time, but you just know that the Hela is outputting a lot of damage unless somebody is there actively trying to fight him. The Vanguard line not changing up too much. In fact, the only real pivot is going to be that Bucky in the hands of Satam. Halfway to having that Kraken's impact already because of the switch around having the ultimate prior. And then the Enso Inferno now is going to be the thing that starts it off for Ballas. Elimination, perfect. Rex has been taken down and been the focus a lot when that Loki is being banned out on the side of Final Dance. And the Luna just doesn't have the ability to stand up for this oncoming force that is Final Dance.
Yeah, I mean, just as Lions were using that Venom to create more space for Wealthy, Final Dance are using Lugia to create so much space for Smashness to be able to operate. He's already at 75%. Like, Lions going through, trying to play that Emma, they wanted to play the better numbers in terms of frontline, overwhelming the Magneto, who doesn't get to play right next to his Angela. But it just wasn't working out for them, so now they're actually going to pivot. Teller's going to go to the Angela, and X91F is going to mirror Milk Boy's pick on this Magneto. Satam does have the Kraken impact. This could be truly deadly for Final Dance if they can find the eliminations through the strategist ultimates that Final Dance currently have available to play for them. Smashness 2 is going to have the Goddess of Death. There's currently no Meteor Amp built up from X91F. Looks like Lions are going to have to just play the time at the moment. They want to build up Rex's ultimate bank before they begin this fight, but that just leaves them vulnerable in the meantime to get taken out by Balls, who just was not being pressured in time by Teller on the Angela. And in fact, the Force Physics just grabs the Angel right back. And Lions, they feel like probably they're playing up against both the clock and the ultimate economy. Final Dance are going to have all of them in this next fight.
I mean, the Lions were looking like the King of the Jungle on the King of the Hill game mode. Now they're just looking like soft little kittens. Where has this team sort of gone? They've not really had many engagements, and when they have, it's been a 99% for Final Dance. Ultimates are building up, so they want to maybe take this fight a little bit faster. But the problem is, if they lose it, it's going to send everything into a spin. I don't think they're going to even have Portal available, as it was dedicated to potentially before from the Lions on the first point. So they cannot put a foot wrong, and that pick onto Smashness is the perfect chance for X91F to bring his team back into this map. But everything for Final Dance, 4 ultimates all used in one go, is going to be the thing that's going to rock this up to 99%. The Lions hoping to try and survive and sustain themselves as they moved over to the Hell of themselves for Satam, but it has reached 99%. The Lions have to take things now, otherwise it's down to the losers bracket, and Final Dance continue on in their progression in the tournament for MRC.
Oh, that was a big ultimate investment coming through from Final Dance. I think they thought the writing was a little bit on the wall. They invested everything to try and draw out the ultimates and find those eliminations onto Lions, but the great bubble coming through from X91F is able to keep Rex up, even with the connection of the Heaven's Retribution, and then gets to hold on to the fate of both boards to have the healing as well as the additional health bar to survive all of the focus fire that came from Final Dance's side afterwards. And we've seen, right, compositions with the Hela and Phoenix being able to make a comeback 0 to 100% off of pick potential when the enemy team is stuck in the limbo of having to rotate. And it's going to be even harder for Final Dance to be able to rotate when they're constantly being pressured by Teller on that Angela, who the moment they turn and deal with means that they're not looking at Wealthy's direction, not getting to challenge the Tam on this Hela too. And the range, the fall off now given to that Phoenix's damage is so much easier to be able to find those eliminations as Teller uses a Heaven's Retribution just to slow Final Dance's approach down even more.
It really does feel like Final Dance have not had their clean engagement, much like Lions have struggled to do. Hasn't been a fight on the objective, it is just trying to posture for as much space without having to dedicate those big ultimates that are available for Final Dance. It isn't a lot, really. Still starting to build up, at least it's in like the above 50% range for a portion of it. And having the invisible boundary is going to allow things to be a little bit more aggressive from Final Dance. You got the yeet ups into the air from Lugia that is constantly trying to be a harasser from the Angela, and Teller switching over has allowed the same space and really been one of the main difference makers for the Lions to bring this back to even progression. You got the Fate of both that's going to be used on both sides, and Meteor M perfectly connects onto Winnie. The Magneto is working out nicely. Rex is able to clean up a little bit more. And suddenly Final Dance might need to be pivoting over towards the Strange to try and touch this at the end. Otherwise, it is going to be going to that third point on the 5th map.
Yeah, I mean, Ballas is going to try and outlast so that Final Dance can come on through with that strange portal swap. Went for the health reset off of the End Song Inferno, also looking for an elimination, but he gets taken out very quickly. The Lions dealing with these threats just individually, one by one. Portal, we can hear the cast come on through, but what's going to be able to support it? Winnie is the only one standing, has to go through with the invisible boundary because they're already down that Luna thanks to Teller being able to detach himself from the fight and find the priority pick. And off of the back of that, Lions have the later lasting invisible boundary, so Tam is just going to be able to free farm off of these bodies as the Vanguards just continue to run Final Dance's players off of this objective. They have no choice but to play Ring Around the Roses of the point itself, just looking with the Strange to live long enough for the reinforcements to walk through from point, but it is not to be. And the Lions are able to find the turnaround from 0%. And honestly, you called that, you know, this Magneto with the Meteor M is able to find these really good connections, but that Meteor M being able to connect onto Winnie, which was the thing that really kick-started off that momentum from the Lions, it was all thanks to Teller, who was able to come on through with the Assassin Spear on the Angela to be able to keep the Invis woman stunned out, to not have the self-shield to block the Meteor M ultimate.
I think Lions made the right pivots again on this like domination game mode. Having Satam go on to the Hela, you've got the Phoenix, Crossfire setting up the position, and then Teller switching over towards the Angela to be almost just like a bit of a gun dog, honestly, a short-haired pointer trying to find like who are the weak enemies that are trying to escape and hunt them down. Catching Rex right at the death there was really the thing that staggered Final Dance to allow Lions that positioning. But to quote our good friend Minty, one of the managers for various teams, whoever wins first point on Celestial Husk tends to win it. It's so hard to like actually take a team off of this objective. And now going to the fifth map, the third point, Moxie really does feel who's going to take this final objective first, because it's so hard to move them.
I mean, that last point, the Bucky just didn't have the range to be able to keep up with what the Hela and Phoenix could do from afar. Now, though, fights are going to be taken much closer, which is why we're getting Satam coming on through with the Daredevil. He's going to have all of the information of Final Dance's positions to be able to play as well around the Winter Soldier, who's going to be trying to peel it. Heaven's Retribution connecting in, full sending out, looking for those eliminations onto the pack line. And Final Dance, yeah, they turn around and they manage to find the Angela. But Lions finds the entire rest of the team. In the meantime, End Song Inferno hits its mark. And Final Dance are just swept away. And that is the most problematic fight for them to lose, because as we talked about, now this dive is at its worst to deal with. You have to walk in to a team that knows where you're going to be rotating from. They're going to be able to tax you in terms of resources and point percentage, and you're relying on a huge clutch play coming on through, potentially from your Angela disrupting someone, potentially from those duelist ultimates coming on out. But in the meantime, Lions can just rotate that backline to be as safe as possible.
As the Devil Out is through and the Heaven's Retribution, it really is the Saints in well, I was going to say Murdoch to find the space and the time in the positioning, but Ballas gets taken down from a Meteor M at the other side. X91 hasn't seemed to miss one so far, with these ultimates finding a pick in these absolute scrappy engagements to end this series that we're watching right now. Final Dance, they're losing out on the numbers just as the Lions have hit the 50% mark. The only downside for the Lions is that all of the ultimates that they had banked up and held on to after that first point take, it means that they don't have much to work with. But Final Dance also matched it with the investment. Nobody has an ultimate outside of Wealthy.
I mean, yeah, and End Song Inferno, that's enough. That's straight up enough in terms of having to take fights in rooms like these. They do have to be careful, though. You can see that Lions are giving a lot of distance because they respect the reach that the Bucky and the Bionic Hook attached to that duelist has. As it does mean as well, waiting for this fight to kick off, more opportunity to farm up something like that Sonic Seduction and go in. But first, End Song Inferno is going to be able to box Final Dance into a specific location. So Tam's then going to be able to take full advantage, closing up the distance with the Daredevil's damage, coming on through, finding the elimination, and already forcing Final Dance into having to use the Strange Portal right now. And unfortunately for them, Ryan, they have no strategist ultimate to stabilize off it, and no one on the objective, because no one can get past the buffer front line that is the Magneto and the Emma with the knockback and the amount of shields and body blocks And we go from extremity to extremity as Lions just finish off with a dominant performance on that last sub-map. And I mean, a very deserving MVP coming on through from X91F. Like I was saying, sort of underrated through the rest of this series. We never really got to see him pop off in terms of statistics. He was always that quiet carry in the background. But on Celestial Husk, he came alive, full front and center with those Magneto plays.
It was the whole package, right? Just the mitigation, the threat that he takes, and just every time, certainly when the Loki was taken out of the server, the final dance, it really did sort of put too much strain on the backlines for both sides. More eliminations were just coming through in the end. But really getting to see a glimpse of the Lions perform, and to sort of recap, like, this was a game that was played a couple of days ago now. We didn't highlight it because it was played, like, not on the broadcast days, we wanted to focus on what was happening live, but because the Lions got to the losers bracket final, weren't able to play today, so they've had to forfeit the game. It means that Navi is going to go into the grand final, and at the very least, we wanted to just kind of like doff our cap to the Lions for a top 3 finish. Wanted to show one of the better games, and the final dance also looks like they're pretty strong. But it shouldn't be too long before we're actually getting into that grand finals of MRC for season 5 of Chopped versus Navi. But before we get any further, a quick break before we really get into some of the action.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Ready to unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Ready to unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tide.
2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the regional league and mid-season finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualify for the grand finals. The final results from Stage 1, the mid-season finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the grand finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still, I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
Beholds the God of Thunder!
to do, spiders? Time for some fireworks. It's spider time!
You are done, dude. Oh, thought you had me. Happy holidays!
On the hunt. Let the devils out! You couldn't be saved.
We're still waiting to see what the Merc with a Mouth can do in Season 6, but before we start looking to the future, which is going to be a bright 2026, we're going to be looking back at Season 5 and finishing up the Marvel Rivals Championship here for EMEA. It's a big game with these teams. They've got a lot of history. Moxie Navi versus Chopped. Last time that these two played, it was to qualify for the Grand Finals, which Navi came second in, and Chopped, well, they had to watch from home, mostly.
Yeah, lower bracket semifinals, Ignite Stage 2 was the last time that these two teams matched up, as Na'Vi, having to go all the way through the lower bracket due to an earlier DQ, has meant that they haven't had the opportunity until now to actually get a measure of each other, at least in official capacity. I'm sure there's been some scrims here and there against both of these teams before we headed into the MLC season, but for many, I'm sure this is the most anticipated and expected to be as close as Navi's matches have been. As for the most part, like, Chopped had a little bit of a hiccup here and there when we watched their match earlier yesterday against Cooking with Kaya, but they've been dispatching all of their opponents. Navi, in the meantime, have just been steamrolling theirs, even though they're playing pre-duelists, and Jerky has had to roll flex over onto the Vanguard. He's been doing really well for himself, especially his group plays. That's really been impressive.
It has. I mean, I think it's only like the one map that they've dropped so far, Navi. So it's not been completely clear. I think it was sort of the games yesterday or the day before that they might have dropped. But in any case, Navi haven't really looked too flustered at all. Even not afraid to bring out some pretty interesting choices when it comes to the characters as well. But I think whilst we're sort of waiting to get into game, it's going to be a hell of a Final Four. Best of 7 we're going to be seeing from Chop versus Navi, I believe, which means that we're going pretty much not the whole 9 yards, the whole 7 yards to say. But this is likely. I don't think we've had a full best of 7 at all in EMEA with the finals. It tends to be like a 4-1, 4-2. But I feel like when there's a game to provide, it's here because Chopped, resolute. No roster changes since they failed to qualify for the grand finals in stage 2, which is a hefty testament in of itself. Navi flipping things around. There's players that aren't available. You've got new signings like Terra and stand-ins like Well, I was going to say Tanuki, but he's not here. Trust Me is back in the server for the first time. This is the full new roster with Jerky still involved. It is just Terra that's going to be playing in. So essentially the same team minus Naga.
Yeah, and we're getting the Gambit and Daredevil instant bans coming through as we go right into first map, which is going to be Burnin' T'Challa for those dominations. Wolverine is going to be the save coming on out from Chopped side. No surprises there, as Crazy Kitty's Wolverine has been very good. Although, it does mean that Na'Vi are going to be able to get potentially Terra onto that Wolverine as well if he wants to go for it. So we're going to get the invisible save as well. I feel like both these teams are going to be okay letting the Groot go through and also that Phoenix. So we're definitely going to be looking at a lot of these combination setups that you can do with the Strangling Prison, as Rogue has been removed from the plate. Something that's currently absent as well in terms of the bans are dive vanguards. Other than Rogue, who can sort of be played as a dive but also as a brawl, Venom and Captain America, and also Thing, which these teams have really wanted to remove from the playing field as quickly as possible, both managing to dodge currently any mention.
Even Groot, I think Groot has been a consistent first ban for teams so far, like the Daredevil and the Gambit. The Thing can slip in for either team if they want it, but being able to go for the Protect onto the Groot and the Wolverine ahead of time means that Chopped probably wanted to play around the group, but also making sure that they want to deal with it on the other side because they are playing up against the Na'Vi, which I would imagine as well is going to be hard to prepare for because they are changing their roster around consistently with the amount of people that are available. Like I said, I think this is the first time that we've seen Trust Me actually play in MRC because he's been away. Rajaro recently got back. It's been a musical chairs game of roster moves for Na'Vi, and we still need to see what on earth they're going to be doing potentially for Ignite.
Yeah, when I talked to Navi's players, they basically said they play whoever is awake. is how they decide who played their earlier matches, but it looks like they woke up the full team to be able to play out this grand final. So we do have a series on our hands, as Venom and Groot are now both going to be saved, so we're going to potentially have a split composition. That Rocket ban as well as the Star-Lord ban afterwards does mean that the dive is going to be having a little bit less value. No Star-Lord to be able to follow up on the space that the Venom provides, no Rocket as well for the BRB. As it feels like it's going to be Phoenix and Wolverine with these teams. With the Venom open, they could go for the split composition, but we've already seen the problems of if you go for the split composition and that Venom just gets ignored. So it feels like it's actually going to be a misdirect, and instead we're going to have the Groot and Magneto to be able to play full anchor compositions on the point itself.
So this is the prologue to what's happening in the future for 2026. This is a taster of the action that we're going to be getting in EMEA, not only for MRC for Season 6 that will be in March, but Ignite. These two teams looking for a top finish when there's a void of bears, I suppose. Virtus Pro hibernating a little bit more, taking the time off.
VP still sleeping. No one poked the bear with a stick. Virtus Pro not going through this MRC.
Yeah, Citadel Gaming as well, despite saying that they're still going to invest in the scene. Quiet off the radar for the time being to see exactly what they're going to be doing going into the new year. So Chopped, the second place finish the last time they played in MRC, and Na'Vi missing out and losing out to Virtus Pro consistently. It's who's going to be coming out on top in this full best of 7, and a great way to start the year.
Yeah, this is a grudge match. Chopped want revenge for not being able to make it to Atlanta, and the team that stood in that way was Na'Vi. So we can have a look as we're going to follow Mash's POV coming out on that Loki. No surprises, no Venom. Magneto's just too valuable to be able to pair both with the Phoenix's ultimate, but also provide things like the Bulwark Bubble onto a duelist if they do go a little bit overextended and forward. As currently no regeneration domain has been forced. Both of these groups trying to put as many walls in place as they can to put the pressure to force that one out early, but Jerky's going to be able to find the first elimination just coming on through, utilizing the group walls as cover with all of that incoming spam pressure onto Chopped players who are just stuck a little bit at the moment, not able to walk onto point itself.
Big ultimates actually building up at pace now. It is going to be like level 1 Crook that might get the copy over first. Actually, Mash grabs it. As soon as he gets it, he's going to go for this common courtesy that we've been seeing with the invisible boundaries being swapped over and copied to make these fights stall out a bit more. As soon as ultimates are grabbed for Na'Vi, they're used in an instant. You've got the Kraken's Impact, Strangling Prison, used all together from Trust Me and Jerky. The resets are coming in, but it's used on the other side from Beetle. The Elimination's actually starting to trade out either way, but Jerky is still getting these connections. He's getting the resets off the culling aura, and it's just enough to battle through. That first pick putting him ahead, I think, over Chopped's Bucky. means that Jerky could be the difference maker in this and allow Navi to take the point first.
Not just that, but Chop got him low when he went for the Kraken Impact cast, but then he follows up with the Trooper's Fist, which gives him the shielding. So the Winter Soldier is able to survive, find another elimination, and keep those resets going. Chopped also losing Mash late to the party now means that they lose that opportunity to go quickly, and Na'Vi are going to be able to play these distance fights with that Phoenix. Jerky isn't going to have as much space afforded to him if he wants to be able to find those bionic hooks to be able to open out into things, as Na'Vi are going to be positioning very much aware of the Kraken Impact coming on through from Crazy Kitty's side, as we're going to have Na'Vi just clearing up that high ground, and Song Inferno actually coming on through from Tuzi. His health bar so low, looks like that was used to make sure that the Phoenix was able to self-sustain, but it means that you deprive any opportunity of pairing alongside DRP's ultimate, and off of just what DRP is doing, they're able to force Fate's ult.
Just off that pressure, and he might be able to add a little bit more with a Meteor M. Not quite the same level of just grabbing the ultimates and using them like Na'Vi did, but the problem is that Chop built up quite a lot, and the picks in the neutral were actually just able to keep Na'Vi's head above water. Does mean that Chops are going to return with 5 ultimates in tow, but it is going to also mean that Na'Vi is pretty much teetering on getting to 99% on this first point and Benim T'Challa.
Yeah, Terra 2 just scouting, making sure that Chopped aren't making those rotations up onto high. Also want to, if Chop do go for a rotation up onto high, try and catch the drop. Like, if you can force the Vanguards to have to give up that position and then you jump on the squishies who are left behind, that's going to be a prime target coming on through for the Strangling Prison from Trust Me, where you don't have to worry about those shields blocking the Groot ult connection. As we're following Jerky's POV, because that is the win factor for Na'Vi right now, it's these combos. Groot and Bucky ultimate, and the Phoenix and the Magneto, as DRP goes first, trying to buy the time and also absorb the Strangling Prison coming on through from Trust Me, so that Jerky just doesn't get the opportunity of following on through with that Kraken Impact. It's been fully absorbed, but Rajaro finds the elimination, and that should be it for this fight, Ryan. Strangling Prison comes through, but unfortunately for Chop, the follow-up of Kraken Impact is lacking because the Meteor M Impact.
It just isn't able to find the same amount of success from Rajaro, and it was when Na'Vi only had 2 support ultimates to rely on. Sorry, 1 even. They didn't have the 2 that Chopped had in hand. Vertigo at least is going to go into the second point, holding on to an invisible boundary, but that was in a period where Chopped had both available to them, and Na'Vi still didn't have it on their own invisible woman. Really good play in the end from level 1 Crook to go for the copy. But yeah, Rajaro back after a nice little holiday shows that the Magneto isn't rusty in the slightest.
Tara doing a very good job too of just patrolling and mentally checking off all of those bases that Chopped could pop up on. So we sort of see Chopped forced into taking ult cycle fights and waiting, therefore, for those ultimates to be batteried up on their side before they can commit. Means that we only actually really get 3 full team fights for the point to be 0 to 100 done, and there's no opportunity in the interim for Tuzi or Crazy Kitty to come on through with a magic pick that could potentially have allowed Chop to sidestep the ultimate economy scrap.
Yes, my father's love and you know.
Struggle so far, I think, especially when it comes to struggle, Crazy Kitty just couldn't get any movement. It felt like he was sort of struggling to get that space to work with. Jerky was beating him in the head-to-heads, and the Kraken's impact is even going to be sacrificed in order for the Wolverine to come out. That first protect that came in onto the side of Chopped, hoping those adamantium blades are going to cut through whatever opponents they need to, and certainly with a little bit of that ferocity, it's definitely needed. Terra's going on to the flank, and he's got a lot of space, and I don't really think people are going to expect him. And Fate pocketing him.
Oh yeah. Are we going to get the force physics? I mean, the invis being there and not around the Wolverine does mean that you don't have to counter grab. DRP has actually been able to scout out Fate's position. Mag Cannon with the right click to set up the stun into just the follow-up damage. And that is going to be Fate just cut off before he even gets the opportunity of using the invisible boundary in this fight. Chopped off of a budget. Might be able to win out this fight. The problem for them is that Na'Vi actually pick up first point cap, and it's going to force Chopped into having to over-invest an ultimate potentially if they don't find these eliminations quickly. Beetle's got that covered at least, and they'll be able to find the flip, but that could have been really bad news for overall ultimate economy if Na'Vi had been able to stall.
I mean, that was them going for like an optimistic play. The DRP threading the needle as well. It was such a nice right click that actually connected onto Fate, that probably felt that he was safe and secure after going down pretty low. Chopped one to try and force out some of these ultimates that Na'Vi not only built but kept the hold of. into this fight, making sure that it's not going to be around the objective. And it does mean that more focus does go on to Terra and Jerky to try and pull out the flanks and pull his space. But Jerky's Route 1 approach seems to be really successful. He's just fighting in amongst the pigeons, and he's managed to catch himself onto Beetle that has been absolutely torn asunder. Chop now trying to regroup in a 5 versus 6. If they can buy enough time, it's going to be well enough time for Beetle to be actually able to come back into this fight. Crazy Kitty goes low, and Mash holding on with the God of Mischief to go for this invisible boundary as late as possible, as the slam down from the Meteor M and the End Song Inferno isn't going to be enough. So the Strangling Prison, Kraken's Impact combination needs to fall straight afterwards from Na'Vi. Everything that they had available, which was all of the ultimates, they've used and not got a single pick. Chopped hold on.
Yeah, Mash held on to the regeneration domain to have it when the Bucky's ultimate comes on through afterwards, so no resets found. Crazy Kitty still had the Wolverine passive as well. Still has the last stand too. Didn't invest it when we saw the invisible boundaries being traded out. So has that pressure to be able to pin out some of these players from Na'Vi's side on the walk-up and just entrench them deep into Chop's position. Terra almost getting a magic pick. If they can find Beetle early here again, it would force Chop to just take cover behind the point itself, since they don't have the group walls to be able to walk cover to cover back to that point from. As Na'Vi swap Jerky over to the Wolverine themselves, is putting way too much pressure on those Vanguards and forcing resources that Chop can hold on to and retain to have in the fight afterwards. Speaking of which, Jerky's been able to find the opening that Na'Vi were looking for. Finds the pick onto Crazy Kitty. No last stand, and that means that Fate's invisible boundary is so much more secure.
Yeah, Jerky is just playing mystery heroes, I think, this whole tournament, picking up the Vanguard role when we didn't have Trust Me nor Rajaro in the server for him. And now he's getting to sort of cosplay a little bit of what Tanuki was doing as a stand-in to go for more of the melee character. Terra has just been able to do so much work on the Jean Grey that Jerky's been flexible enough to make it work in all of these kind of scrappy engagements. But Chopped have managed to get it to 99%, have 5 ultimates to sit back on. Really doesn't feel like they're going to be too threatened with how much time Na'Vi has. But at the same point, if you feel like you have ult advantage, you want to take that window before Na'Vi manage to farm up their own batteries, which is, again, 5 ultimates.
Oh, Jerky. Oh, my goodness. He was playing above Chopped. He scouted that they were going to be coming from underneath point, waited for them to walk, and then pinned with the missile. Last stand, finding the elimination onto the Vanguard line, and it just meant off of the back of that. Chopped have no opportunity of committing to the fight. They don't want to. It would burn them out of ultimates. It would burn them out of point percentage. The best thing for them is to lose the fight and reset fast. You still have an opportunity. You still have the better point percentage. And now you have that first copy of the God of Mischief. Capo is going to mirror it, having the later point of it, and Chop now have to use the invisible boundary, otherwise that Loki ultimate is going to be done. Beetle comes on through the Strangling Prison, DRP trying to find the layup with the Meteor M, covered by that End Song Inferno, and this was the fight that Chop were waiting for, but Na'Vi were waiting for the later ultimate casts. Vertigo held on to a second invisible boundary cast, however, and with the Wolverine keeping up the pressure onto that Groot, Trust Me falling, no Vanguards to be able to stall out the point. Chop just have to deal with that strange portal recontest.
And Crazy Kitty trying to go for the leap as the portal play has been forced out from Na'Vi now. Invisible boundary grabbed up from Fate, but that's all Na'Vi have currently. It's going to be maybe a last stand for Jerky, but how well he's farming up these picks, it might be enough, but it's going to be used on the other side. Regeneration domain perfectly placed from level 1 Crook. 6-7 isn't looking too much like a meme at the moment, but Crazy Kitty now is taking a bit of a beating, trying to hold on for dear life for Chop. They still have control of the point, but actually no, it's been gone over. Chopped have completely forced away. Na'Vi flipped it round into their favor, kept a hold, and Chopped weren't able to hit overtime. An absolute fumble at the end from one of the best domination teams that we have in the region. Na'Vi go 1-0 up.
Oh boy. Na'Vi taking domination is definitely, I think, an upset coming on through, because like you said, Chopped, the expectation for that team on domination is very high, as no surprises, Loki in the meta. Crook is going to be able to pick up that MVP, just the way that he MVP'd all the way back in the mid-season, popularizing very aggressive Loki plays, where he utilized the regen domain to aggressively set up his Vanguards of retaining their position in the backline just that little bit longer, as we can have a look at those statistics. Crook going down once, Fate going down twice, but Jerky 19 eliminations, 10 of which were final hits with 20,236 points of damage total. That Wolverine was putting in the work, which is very surprising given that it was Chop's save on the Wolverine that enabled it.
We haven't really got to see Jerky on that character, and Tanuki's been the one that's filling in on that. I don't really melee duelist role. It's not really like a set thing as such, but I think it's also just like how many of those final hits were on but mostly on the duelists. They're the ones that had the most like eliminations against them. Beetle did as well, but like Crazy Kitty just felt like in a lot of those like head-to-heads up against Jerky when it was like the Bucky and stuff, when it was the Wolverine, it did feel like Jerky was just sort of winning out like pound for pound, which is interesting because Crazy Kitty is usually very cerebral and picking his fights. He wasn't given that space and freedom, but we have a full best of 7 to get through, and we're going to see exactly where Chop wants to take us into the map pool, whether it's another domination or somewhere else entirely. We'll have to see after a quick break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time stopping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories, and yes.
2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the regional league and mid-season finals hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite will determine whether teams qualify for the grand finals. The final results from Stage 1, the mid-season finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the grand finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the long-awaited and anticipated grand finals of the Marvel Rivals Championship for Season 5, as we have an Ignite Stage 2 grudge rematch. Na'Vi versus Chopped. Na'Vi one map up in the series so far, which means the ball is in Chopped's court. Do they take us to a domination? They take us potentially to a convoy. Looks like they're going to be taking us to none of those. They're taking us to Convergence instead.
They're sort of in between, I suppose you could call it, but Central Park is going to be the choice of map for Chop to try to bring things back into the fold. It is a map that seems to be the most popular, I think, out of all of the convergences as Heart of Heaven, to be able to show down all sort of remaining on the sidelines for now. And that would make a lot of sense because it seems this is the most practiced. You've got a lot of options with aerial play, certainly around like the Jean Grey. And I wonder now, for Chopped, if you're looking at the draft any differently, it's going to start off the same way with that ban onto Gambit. Is it going to be a Daredevil instant takeout from Na'Vi? Despite the fact that Trust Me was hovering over it, it is going to be the same first bans as the last map.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really expect any different bans because it's universal, right? So everything that Na'Vi has access to, Chopped has access to too. They wanted to go for the Groot. They wanted to go to the Mag. We saw the Bucky to pair with the Groot. We saw the Phoenix to pair with the Magneto. And then strategist lineup simply just being the Invis and that Loki coming on for. I think one of the changes you could make if you're Chopped is going after the Loki. And hold on a minute. Loki's banned, but it's not from Chop side. Crook gives up the Loki, as we're going to be seeing, Manta's save. Okay,
Yeah.
So no Vibrant Vitality, and Crook is obviously going to flex over to play the Mantis instead.
Yeah, protected the Magneto as well, because we saw if you take out the Magneto, it means that Star-Lord has a bit more of a free reign in the sky, and with any form of damage boosts, and certainly with the Rocket added in too, it's all of the damage boosts. You're going to have to actually stop some of that damage coming through, especially if we're seeing some of the triple Vanguard, triple strategist lineups. We've seen less of it on the defense at this first point, but a Punisher without any barriers to stop it might be a little bit more precarious. But it was the Rocket that was banned out before on the side of Na'Vi. It's been protected from Chopped, so it means that these final bans have to be a little bit different. It's going to be the Bucky taken out from Chopped instead of the Star-Lord that we saw on Benim T'Challa.
Yeah, it makes sense as well. Now that Bucky's gone, you don't really want to have the Groot in the mix as well, because you don't get to play for Strangling Prison setups. If you have a duelist setup, you want it to be alongside Magneto with that Meteor M. So Groot is going to be removed from both sides, as he is just very strong on Central Park and being able to interfere with all of those line of sights. Plus defensive Groot, a lot stronger than attacking Groot, because you can put your big wall, which makes you immovable, so much far away from the fight in comparison to the attacker-sided Groot. But now that Rocket manages to make it through, we should get to see our first little bit of Star-Lord coming out in this series between these two, as Na'Vi are going to be starting off on the defense, Chopped on the attack. If we do see Adam compositions with the free stall hold, it's likely going to be on Na'Vi's side, but they're not opting for it, as we can see that they're still going for this double duelist setup. Even though the Mantis was in play, Na'Vi not going to actually play it. We're going to still have that Invis, but this time it's going to be Fate on the Rocket instead.
One of the characters that has gone through the draft that has been pretty much one of the main focuses of us has been the Thing. It is allowed here again, and Beetle is going to be playing it instead. Trust me, pretty much back on the character that he was the most known for. Going to be playing this sort of defensive dive setup with the Venom. Now, synergy with Rajaro has been built up over time when they were on Rad. Means that they're going to have to try and go for these early fights, as Jerky has a bit of a prod and a poke and eagerly avoids Crazy Kitty going in with a throw lunge.
Oh, I was wondering if we would actually see the commitment coming on through from Beetle, or if it was just going to be for that opening fastball to be able to clear up the high side coming on through from Crazy Kitty's pressure on the Wolverine. But they are going to be committing to it, as they do have the thing in the Yancey's recharge to be able to apply the mobility debuff with Earthbound to make sure that this Venom has no movement. But we are going to see that Venom not getting the opportunity of being brought back, as Crazy Kitty just uses Vertigo and the position of the backline as bait to entice the Venom in, and then goes in with the claws, and that's already point done. Na'Vi not even getting the opportunity.
50 seconds to take that first point. It was that one pick onto Fate, so the Be Right Back got used up, and then Terra goes down, and then Na'Vi are happy to completely give this up and try to fight close. But Trust Me goes down now. It's just a complete snowball. Maybe if you're Na'Vi, we saw a little bit of this, I think, from Cooking with Kaya, where they lost the first point and was able to hold on really close to the doors to buy time. But it has completely fallen apart from Na'Vi, as Chopped have managed to shred themselves through these first couple of fights and keep all of the ultimates that they're starting to build up.
Yeah, Rajara's only alive thanks to Fate's rocket boots. Doesn't have them, however, for Capo, who gets grabbed again by Crazy Kitty and deposited, perfectly communicated and followed up by Tuzi. However, everyone was looking at the low ground. There was no focus for controlling that high ground position, so Terra's able to come on through, find the eliminations, create that space. Trust Me commits onto the fight, and Jerky's able to follow up with the damage on the duelist. And finally, Na'Vi are going to be able to stem the bleeding, but oh my goodness, the amount of distance that objective was able to get, and Chopper coming in with 6 whole ultimates. Na'Vi have to play this perfectly. They do have the dive. They're going to be able to disrupt before Chop get the opportunity. I say that. No, we're going to see Crazy Kitty just appear seemingly out of nowhere and pressure Na'Vi into having to use the invisible boundary super deep.
And Crazy Kitty gets the pick up to Trust Me, but Veerback is going to bring him back in after the Feast of the Abyss was used. Yan Amplifier on the defense, and the Meteor M from DRP slams down to take Trust Me out again. He has just got back from holiday, and he's already been sent into the cold, murky tundra that is the EMEA, and back to spawn more times than you could realistically count. Now Na'Vi have to try to use what ultimates they have to keep themselves going. Invisible Boundary and Meteor M used together, but Terra honestly has been bailing Na'Vi out massively. Crazy Kitty is going to be into the fold with the Be Right Back on the side of Chopped, so that offensive capability still is very much in favor of Chopped. Now the ramp is going to make things a little bit more awkward for Na'Vi to get into a comfortable position, but I'm looking at Beetle with the clobbering time. There's no strategist ultimates available at all for Na'Vi. If this lands from Beetle, it can find so much more. He finds Terra that can't quite escape, and he's either going to connect over onto the Invisible Woman, but the ultimate misses.
Yeah, great shield coming on through that. So that level 1 Crook is able to live it. The problem for Na'Vi is that they've lost the Venom. Rajara's getting pressured too. Jerky does not yet have that Galactic Legend. They're so close to these ultimates. And it's really just a reliance of being able to keep the convoy contested until they can come out with those recontests. Out comes the Galactic Legend. Chop going to be able to try and sustain it with the Cosmic Ion Amplifier, but Terra puts a stop to that one with another End-Song Inferno connection. Vertigo in the meantime has been brought back by the BRB, and Chop is still sitting here on that End-Song on the Meteor Am, but they've also been able to get the point, which means that unfortunately for Na'Vi, no one was on the objective contesting when those ultimates came through, and Chop are able to hold both the Magneto and the Phoenix's ultimates while having Crazy Kitties to put a stop to any potential coming out from this invisible boundary.
Trust me on the thing. I don't know how often we've seen that. Certainly not recently. He's going to be the one to sort of switch over as Rajaro is going to stay on the Magneto. Outside of that, everything else looking about the same. Yeah, now we've got Jerky that's halfway to having that Galactic Legend, and the Yan Amplifier on the defense forces out the Meteor M and End-Song Inferno to clear it out near enough instantly. There is a Meteor M available on the other side, and then a last time for Crazy Kitty. Pulling people out of position, sets up Tuzi wonderfully right now. There's a Yan Amplifier to keep the pressure up from Chop if they want to keep this upward trajectory up with just keeping up the ramp as well. At the same time, Fastball is going to make sure that Na'Vi don't even get a chance to think and process what exactly is happening, and the clobbering time for Beetle is also going to be in the hands fairly soon.
He got the Infest! He got the fastball stun into the feral grab. They're trying to find the elimination onto level 1 Crook before he can build up that invisible boundary, but the heal was there for the Inviswoman. Out comes the invisible boundary, and Chop now have to use Daz as a mirror, but they've still got Tuzi putting all the damage, and Crazy Kitty at max rage is just going to absolutely shred literally through each of these bodies. Ryan, I foresee a Wolverine ban in the future from Navi's end, because Crazy Kitty, a little bit quiet on the first round of domination, has absolutely awoken with rage to claw things back on the second map.
Good meta read too for Chopped as they went for the first protect onto Wolverine, probably assuming the same as you, right? That like with the effect and the impact that we've had with Crazy Kitty on Wolverine, surely Na'Vi were looking to ban it out later on in the draft. Realized that maybe they can get away with it. And they did. They went for the protect onto Mantis, kept everything else the same, and were probably thinking, damn, we actually get to play the Wolverine at the same time. Na'Vi, sloppy, I think. Rusty for sure, because you've got players coming in and out, and frankly, I don't think Na'Vi have really been pushed to any level of competition so far this tournament. It's been a pretty easy route from them through the losers bracket. But now that they're up against a really set team like Chopped that are very much locked in, yeah, Na'Vi are not competing on this one. It's looking like it's going to be a 1-1 score unless the Na'Vi can sort of match the pace that Chopped have just set.
Oh, they're going to be looking to match the comp. We've got Trust Me on the Thing and Jerky continuing the Wolverine from that first round of Burn into T'Challa. But this is where we get to see that Manta save from Chop's side coming into play. Crazy Kitty is going to be able to give all of the damage burst to both Tuzi, but also DRP and Beetle as well. So if they can manage to scout out and deal with this Wolverine, making sure that they don't get grabbed out, they're going to be able to have so much damage to ply the attacker's side with. Jerky doing a good job trying to put pressure up onto those high ground spaces, but it's Tuzi that you have to watch out for. He's already 20% to that first ultimate, as Beetle and DRP, they're just going to be a buffer to prevent Na'Vi from walking forward so that the Phoenix gets all of the setup.
Between a rock and a hard place when you got the Wolverine and the Thing just punching each other squares in the jaw. Seeing if they can start a match with the flip and steel. But the leap in is actually an aggressive one for Jerky, right into the center of this Chopped defense that is forced to give up already a good amount of space. Whilst Trust Me goes down, it's looking like about a third is going to be grabbed up from Na'Vi. If it wasn't for Chop that actually is keeping the numbers in place, it's also allowing Vertigo to just cleave up this healing, maybe get an invisible boundary a little bit faster than what Na'Vi can do on the attack. But you're starting to see some of the other players from Chop up on the high ground, like Tuzi. He's trying to leap in to go under some pressure. The Ensog Inferno more used to keep himself alive. A second opportunity to fight this, as level 1 Crook is going to bring out the invisible boundary, and a Yarn Amplifier is used on both sides and instantly deleted from Chop alongside the Rocket Raccoon himself.
Yeah, Vertigo, though, does have the invisible boundary for Chop to be able to hold that presence on this objective. DRP comes on through as well with that Meteor M, but the Ensong Inferno was able to find the connection onto Crazy Kitty. It's followed up by the damage with the Haymakers coming out from the Thing. And Na'Vi are in control of the point as we head now into second. Chop very much wanting to lose very quickly so that they can set up and stabilize their hold on second when we go for control of this crucial corner. But because of those eliminations coming through a little bit later than the defense would want, they now lose that opportunity of previous setup. Cherokee is going to be able to go up and clear it. Terra is going to have the opportunity as well of residing within that position. And trust me, he's just going to be setting up, winding up the arm, and looking for an absolute home run of sending Cherokee in the backline to scout out where Chopped are going to be making the rotation from.
I sees nobody around this main little plinth in the center of the second point. He's getting some good information. Tuzi, is he going to spot him out? Not quite. The leap is perfect. Is there going to be a chance to actually disengage from this? The Ensog Inferno, it's a disengage, but it's an expensive one. Holding on for as long as possible. He goes right down into center, knowing that there's no way to purely disengage this one, but a Soul Resurgence is going to fall from Crazy Kitty to just allow almost more of that disengage. I mean, there's Clobbering Time that's going to be used as more of a counter-attack, but trust me, it's going to do the same. Connecting onto Frey, taking out Beetle. Crazy Kitty has to be brought back with the BRB that's set up from Mash, and everybody from Chopped has gone down. Na'Vi forcing out a lot of pressure just off the back of catching Tuzi on the Jean Grey, forcing out the Endsong Inferno, and Chopped panicking. Navi capitalize.
I mean, that's the thing for defenders. They want to be able to play the fight around the corner because if they're forced into taking the fight on ramp, they're so exposed. And they get fully caught out when trying to disengage by their clobbering time. Invisible Boundary is going to be invested on the side of Vertigo, just trying to make sure the Chop get the opportunity of walking from the choke onto it. But like you called, Ryan, it's not in time. Invisible Boundary was there, but unseen were the players from Chopped. Physically present, they were not. And Na'Vi are going to be able to pick up second as well as that invisible ult deficit when we go for this next fight into third. And Chop, like, they're thinking, what can we do? DRP temporarily, it looked like, went for EMEA, which is going to be pretty effective at trying to shut down things like this Wolverine, but it means that you lose that uptime with the Endsong Inferno for these picks, as we're going to be following Jerky's POV. Oh, Chop following that Wolves rotation, though. Yes, they are. They're able to just pressure Jerky off of going from that grab, mash, using the Cosmic Gun Amplifier, allowing the team to move on forward, but no one this time clears the Wolverine's position, and Jerky just perfectly spaces it so that he gets DRP off of the ledge, but it's still within the BRB location, and the Magneto is brought back now.
Yeah, DRP is just shot for drops as he was dropped off the side of the map, and Jerky is going to dive right back in with the last stand, only connecting onto one, but he's most importantly grabbed the other Vanguard and pulled him into the rest of Na'Vi, and of course Physics is going to keep DRP there. Be right back, making it a bit of a mincemeat time as Crazy Kitty, that feral playstyle is really working, suiting him when you've got both of these invisible boundaries placed on top of each other, but the damage is there for Chop. That's the difference maker so far, and Crazy Kitty is making this choice work, even with Jerky winning the head-to-head. I think with these characters and these players playing the same thing, it does mean that likely that Chopped is going to go into a second attack inside if we get there with a better time bank. Navi, it's still a lot of time to work with, but they have to finish the map, and a lot of teams do get stuck here for quite some time.
Yeah, it was a great pin location for that last stand as well, coming through from Crazy Kitty. Deposits Rajaro so deep on the sidelines upstairs, away from where the majority of the fight is happening on the point, that there's no opportunity for the invisible boundary to be used against Magneto, because then it wouldn't be that for point. Now we're getting to see, though, why it's so problematic for teams to be able to get back onto that objective, but Na'Vi are the ones who get to take advantage of the environmental hazards on the side of the point, because they didn't walk up from main, they walked around the side of it, Chopped counter-rotating, put themselves vulnerable to getting dropped off of the map themselves this time, as it's now up to Tuzi to be able to come through with those eliminations. Terror is going to be brought back by the BRB, Rajaro's Meteor M as well, making sure that Chopped just don't get to capitalize off of the opening that Match's Cosmicon Amplify could be able to find in terms of damage output, and Na'Vi still have the ultimates once those have all been burnt through. Cosmicon Amplify from Fate, Tuzi's got to use the Endsong Inferno against it, but that means he has to make the decision of removing the Rocket ultimate instead of sending the Phoenix ultimate for eliminations on Na'Vi's side. They just bait the Phoenix's ult position and go for the objective to finish off the map.
Both teams finish in Central Park, so we go for another round of attack with hefty time bank for both sides. Not really the place. Maybe Clintar Symbiotic Showdown surface that I keep saying it in 2026. I'm still saying Symbiotic Showdown. The showdown in this game, Symbiotic Surface is often the convergence map that tends to go the distance, and then the distance again. The one of the fair few times that we've seen Central Park go on, but honestly, with how both first point holds were, 50 seconds for Na'Vi to lose out, and at 1:20 for Chopped, it really was just this locomotive churning on through, and when both teams are playing the thing, that's usually the reason why. It just barrels through whatever in front of you.
I mean, the fastball as well. It was so problematic because you're having to retain resources to dealing with the fastball, but then after that you have to have the resources to counterpull the Wolverine actually committing the shift of the feral grab. It's so problematic for the Magneto and the Invis because you can only really bubble one and pull the other, so you really do have to play your resources perfectly cycled through to be able to deal with that Wolverine when the fastball comes on out. There's no surprises. Here we go again. Jerky does have the rocket pack, doesn't get fastball directly into the team, but he's using that third-person POV to be able to scout all of the information of how many players are up on that high ground and how many players Na'Vi need to sort of delegate to be able to clear it. As Chopped have spotted the hesitance and they just send Beetle out. He's going to be able to split off the team. He's been able to find an isolated Phoenix as well, which Tuesday now gets the opportunity of walking onto, but Crazy Kitty, a little bit out of position. Now it means that BRB advantage has fallen heavily in favor of Na'Vi, and that was the opportunity that they're looking for.
Yeah, and Na'Vi found an inkling that Crazy Kitty was behind him, even fastball Jerky into the fold. The leap is perfect from Jerky to take out the other duelist on the other side. So now this fight is starting to look problematic for Chopped. They're starting to lose these branches as the defense has to give up space, but it isn't a case of bunkering up trying to get these strategist ultimates in hand. They're just losing too many players, one at a time, to a point the Tuesday is forced to go for the portal. It might be there to just touch for the second, but it's pretty much right at the end of its tether. Na'Vi now with less than a minute to go and overtime to work with as much as they possibly can, are trying to take this point to at least get it going. Tuesday's going to get pulled off. Jerky has looked terrific on this Wolverine. The amount of impact that he's finding means that Chopped, even with these be right backs and the Yarn Amplifier dedicated to keep the fight going for the defenders, it might not just be enough. And Chopped need to be very careful as overtime is looming. If they take too long and actually get forced into staggered respawns, it's only going to allow Na'Vi to keep things moving, and this line is going to get further and further into theirs.
What an ult cycle coming on through from Na'Vi. They know that Invis Boundary is what Chopped are going to rely on for the recontest once they're trying to walk back onto point. Terra commits the end song Inferno just to make sure that Chopped don't get the opportunity of using it. And then Crook gets to hold on to his. And off of the back of just damage with the health bar percentage attached to the Wolverine's primary, they're able to burn through the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier with the Wolverine's Adamantium Cores instead of having to use the Phoenix Ultimate for it. And they've got so much distance, and they might be able to get more. Great connection coming on through from Terra, taking advantage of the pull-in coming out from Crook. And now Chopped are losing players, losing momentum, and losing control of corner. And we've been here before. Chopped in full panic mode, having to disengage so they don't lose players as they back up onto ramps. But that just allows the fastball special to come on through. Vertigo can't invest Invisible Boundary on his own position, has got to make sure it covers his teammates, and will be able to survive with the fuel coming through, turning the attention onto the Wolverine. But they've just delayed the problem. As what a superhero interception! Crazy Kitty jumps in the way of the end song Inferno, and Terra's ultimate is denied.
Crazy Kitty, that was absolutely mental, and it set Tuesday up for a 2 with the end song. Everybody's been cleared up on the side of Na'Vi, which means that the attack stops there. Good news for Chopped, you have the better time bank. You could do a lot more with it. The bad news is that's still a pretty good distance, and if Na'Vi fix some of the issues that they had on that defensive side beforehand, well, you could get full hold here very easily.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Chop decides to change anything about their strategies, or if we're just going to continue to get to see this Phoenix Wolverine thing fastball attempt. Is it was the mirror coming on through. Like Chop, the last time that they defended, tried to go for the Mantis and just have better one-sided damage boost. Didn't work out amazingly for them, however, as they just didn't get the opportunity to use that Phoenix, since they were having to deal with so much pressure coming on through from Na'Vi, overwhelming every angle. Look at the Wolverine, look at the Thing, look at the Phoenix. You don't have enough resources to be able to cover every one of them. So it looks like we're just going to continue to get to see this full mirror match. And now, it's all about the impact of the Wolves. Is Na'Vi going to be able to survive the engagements coming on through from Crazy Kitty? Can they manage to field a strategist ultimate and fully lock the point down before Chopped find the opportunity of pushing the defense off of the point and to the back of it?
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2,
Chance now for Chopped to make this map choice of theirs count.
securing the mission
And
area.
for the setups, might be a bit of a scout coming in from Jerky. Go long, see what you see what you find. And actually playing a little bit more safe because you expected the fastball specialist a choice on the other side, but you've spotted the Thing. Now you need to work out exactly where Tuesday and Crazy Kitty are trying to roll in from. So the leap in is going to come through from Cherokee. He's got the bulwark to protect him, to stop him from being pulled out by any of these areas. But whilst all of that is going on, the focus allows a bit of a window for Tuesday to get the pick onto Terra. Not the end of the world. You have got to be right back. That's going to bring it in. But any further casualties on the side of Navi are going to have to walk in the old-fashioned way. And there's now just under 2 minutes. There's so much time for Chop to try and make this count beforehand, and they do. Rajaro goes down, and Navi is starting to dwindle. I imagine Rajaro, instantly goes over to the Strange.
Yeah, it's gonna be Portal. Like, we're gonna see Navi try and bunker up behind point and build Crook this invisible boundary, but that's why Chop just aren't pressuring any further into that small room. No damage onto those players stacked up means no invis boundary to be able to catch the portal when it comes on through, and point unlocks.
Just as quick as the last one, I think. But Navi not making the same mistake as they did last time, where they were just consistently fighting here. They want to go for a reset, and one of the best parts for them is that they have a minute to hold one of the hardest points of the map to actually try and breach. So Chopped, no surprise that they've pushed up this far, and they want to try to pull out some of these ultimates to keep the tempo into their favor. You have to force out the strategist ultimates on the other side, though, as they're all available and all ready to go. Tuzi has the end song, just got it online now, and Jerky trying to see where he can find these picks. Actually, he's got to dodge the fastball as it was just bowled across the floor, including the thing himself, ready to go for the charge as the clobbering time is going to follow from Beetle. Last down from Crazy Kitty, and the Invisible Boundary is trying to find the place that this fight, this potential last fight, might be stalling out in the end. Endsong is going to be used from Terra, whilst Tuzi and Crazy Kitty get the picks on the other side. Crazy Kitty gets traded out, though. There's not really enough numbers from Navi, but in a player deficit, they're often quite good at keeping themselves involved in the battle. But they have so much more to do. Rajaro is forced to use the Meteor M to just try to force back Chopped on this attacking side. Doesn't find anything. The Iron Curtain from DRP really might put the blankets over this map for Navi. It's less than a meter left to go, and overtime is about to hit. Crazy Kitty on the Wolverine seems to have made his claim up against Cherokee, but there's still more to play. Clobbering time from Trust Me used, but I don't think it connects onto anybody from Chopped. Vertigo is quite happy just using the high ground to set up from these spots, and he's actually going to be the one that gets onto the elimination feed to clear out these plays from Navi, but they just don't stop. It was the tenacity that got them a second place finish over in the grand finals in Atlanta, and that tenacity is showing up in droves here, but everybody from Chopped is up, and they make Central Park work in their favor. Navi can't do this cleanly. It's a 1-1 score in this BR7.
Oh, I can't wait to see Vertigo's healing stats. In that last fight alone, too, he just positions perfectly. Sidelines of the fight, so if Navi want to actually be able to find the elimination onto the invis, yeah, no surprises he gets MVP. Could have seen that one coming from a mile away. Unlike him, because he just does not go down, which is so crucial. He's playing the sidelines, he's so far away from the actual fight. Navi would have to put so many resources into being able to take him, but then Chopped's players are stacked perfectly in front of the invis so that they get the maximum amount of healing done for each use of that primary. And yeah, 49,855 points of healing, 16,327 additional points of damage blocked coming on through with those Guardian Shields. 32 eliminations and 39 assists as well. You can really see where the value from Vertigo on that Invisible Woman comes on through to help this team out.
8 eliminations against Crook, though. His team chose to take out the Loki, and he's been pretty immovable on that character. But it's more the comparison to Fate, only going down once, but that makes sense. But you're playing the Rocket, just trying to yeet yourself out of danger as much as possible. But it is nice to see that Chopped is still able to sort of push Navi at these points, who, yeah, Navi looked rusty on this map. Makes sense. Chopped wanted to go here. They know how to play and make the draft work into their favor. But Navi, little bit more time to look at that one, and just with this particular roster, not very well practiced in comparison to the previous games of MRC. But now Navi have the choice of map themselves, so where are we going to go in map 3 in potential best of 7 here, we're going to have to see after a quick break.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift winters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift winters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift winters yet again. We are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift winters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see bring all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, wishing.
On the hunt. Let the devils out! You couldn't be saved.
At 3 is coming up very soon in this grand final for EMEA Season 5 of MRC, which has been a terrific watch. I think we're going to take a little bit longer before we get into game because you sort of mentioned it to me that like there's sometimes like coaches are allowed to sort of jump in and talk about stuff. I'm sure that the coach of Na'Vi is going to be like, okay, guys, like we just take a minute and have a look at this and really see what we want to approach here because they've had a pretty easy time so far in MRC. The only loss that they had to go to losers bracket was against the clock, against a deadline and being in the serve at the right time. Here, however, it was a rough going. I think Chopped very easily looking like the stronger team, but it makes sense. It was their map choice, and this is the roster that they've been playing consistently with throughout all of MRC so far in this stage.
Yeah, and because they've had like that full roster as well, Navi's players sometimes being absent, having to, you know, be away, some on holiday, it does mean that they likely didn't have the full roster to be able to play scrims. And be able to have those players experience what the current meta is. So when Thing came into play, again, it makes sense that Chopped were able to find much more value with both it and also the fastball specials, as I'm sure we're gonna be, like you said, Na'Vi and Chopped, both the staff for those teams are going to be talking to their players and trying to work out, one, what's working for us, how do we continue getting to do that, and two, what are we struggling with? Because, you know, sometimes there's fights happening in positions of the map normally you never actually see teams taking fights in, which means that they're getting snowballed in places that they shouldn't. We're seeing, you know, some of the stuff like the fastball special as well, finding much more value than it should, especially when both the Magneto and the Invisible Woman are in play. You've got plenty of things which can counter-grab out that Wolverine. But as we're seeing, purely knowing where the Wolverine is coming from is a lot easier said than done, as why that is a surprise. Na'Vi losing Central Park get the opportunity of taking us to a specific map of their choice, and they take us to Domination. I mean, they did win the first Domination map, but Chopped, Domination has always been their strongest map type that they played back in Stage 2 of Ignite last year.
Yeah, they were the giant killers, really. There's no other way to describe it. Chopped taking series and maps, certainly on Domination against Virtus Pro, against Citadel, and notably against Na'Vi in points. So Na'Vi taking us here feels that they're hoping to just outpace their opponent, but that's a tough ask. Both teams may be looking at the draft just a little bit more to see if there's any other alterations that they could be making. But I did also want to use this as a chance to like really get insight into Na'Vi. A lot of the players out streaming their games with full comms. So I definitely want to keep shouting it out because you get a good glimpse on how like the pro coordinated scene is very different to your gold lobbies that I know that you're all in because I'm in there with you. Very different game. And Na'Vi have to adjust potentially, but it's not going to be with the first ban. It's going to be exactly the same so far. But I'm wondering now with that protect over on the Mantis from Chopped that they changed last, it's going to be more of the same. And I imagine it's going to be an Invisible Woman protect from Na'Vi because that was the same as last time too.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like no matter what rank you are, in Season 5, we are all united in the bans. Daredevil and Gambit, get them out of here, as Loki is going to be removed yet again, voluntarily by Na'vi in reaction to that Mantis save. Chopped are going to be able to continue banning out this rogue. And with that Invis woman being in play, are we now going to see a protection onto the rocket, which is then going to enable the Star-Lord, or are we going to start shaving down the duelist pool? Daredevil's been removed, but we still have the Star-Lord, we still have the Phoenix. We also, if Na'vi want to make a play for it, they could go for a save here onto the Hela, which could then force Chopped into having to ban out the Namor, but they're actually going to go for the save on the Bucky, which now means that Chopped might have reason to use that last ban and take out the Groot instead.
We have seen a lot of the protect from Na'vi with the Magneto, mostly I think to just get it into the hands of Rajara, that he could be a bit more sort of consistent on that role. But also now, like you mentioned, with the damage boost and the synergy with the Star-Lord, Wolverine being banned, that actually makes a perfect amount of sense. I think Na'vi, Crazy Kitty definitely started to come into his own. But for Chopped, you're looking at what it was before. It was a group ban right at the end from Na'vi. They banned Bucky out themselves, but they're going to take out the Jean Grey, really making the duelists have to think about some of these other options. Hela's still in play. The Hela Namor team-up can still be in use. But also, that Star-Lord, damage boosted. Magneto wasn't banned out either. Really does feel like it is going to be the Crazy Kitty Tuesday combination. Whether that's going to make a difference up against Jerky and Terra, that's playing on 140 ping about that, because we're on Frankfurt server, so it's a little bit more than maybe what they've been playing before.
Yeah, but that Phoenix ban now means that you sort of play triple strategist line and Winter Soldier is your main duelist in terms of overall damage, and you play for the Groot, right? Banning out the Wolverine, saving the Bucky, MLC bans being universal, means it essentially baits Chopped into wanting to keep playing that Groot combination coming on through, which is why they're going to be removing the Phoenix from the plate, so that we have a Mantis damage boost target. But not just that, you also deny the Magneto getting the opportunity of combining with the end song Inferno, as Chopped are going to go for the triple strategist line here. Na'vi might actually decide to play Terra out on the hit scan, so they're looking for more map control in terms of angles that they can cover. They'll have a lot more space to be able to work with. There's no form of dive coming on through from Chop, so there's no punishment to be able to jump on an isolated Terra if he's playing away from the team core. But what you do is give up damage potential with the one-sided Mantis in terms of the 1v1, but that's where the Hela can come on through, right? Keeping up with the damage with the 2-tap potential alone.
I think Crazy Kitty on the Mantis isn't too surprising. It was back over on Chopped in the early stages of like MRC of season 3 that he was playing the Ultron when Ultron was super meta. He was the one that defined when these fights are going to happen, was the foot on the accelerator, the engine for this team, and there's no better engine right now in triple strategist than the Mantis. Building up that soul resurgence, but nowhere near the pace that 2Z's managed. He's got 71% on the Kraken's impact, but he has gone down. Be Right Back is going to bring him into this fight again. But I think a Yarn Amplifier might be the first thing that we see come online for Fate if it wasn't for level 1 Crook. Actually churning his way through having these invisible boundaries. Really is like whoever gets these ultimates first. Now they were able to keep that tempo by getting there in those positions. But the pick onto Beetle is really going to set the pace. Takes the point without any ultimates needed to be dedicated, and immediately Chopped are disengaging as fast as they possibly can.
Yeah, so much space control that Na'vi had in that first fight. Terra pretty much untouchable. Beetle does a good job of trying to shield off of it, with the Groot and the Magneto being able to cover multiple angles, the way that you don't always get if you're running a double Vanguard setup, as you can only shield 2 ways unless you're running that Groot. But the pick potential of that Hela is just able to overcome the damage boost of 2Z being able to build up that Kraken impact, and Beetle was the pressure of focus, so he doesn't even get to set up for it with that Strangling Prison, as it's going to be Cosmic Amplifier coming through from Matt. Chop wanting to walk up onto that point, get in a position close enough for Beetle uses the ultimate to lead into 2Z's. That's going to force Crook to come in through with a reactionary invisible boundary, as DRP tries to absorb damage coming in through from Goddess of Death with Meteoram, but it's still able to find 2 eliminations, and it now falls to Jerky to just finish off the fight with a Kraken impact of his own.
And Na'vi holding on as 5 ultimates were used up from Chopped in one good go. DRP, one of the main things I remember from the last time that these guys played was DRP, the amount of Meteor M's that came through to hit nothing. I think it was 7 misses out of 7 in that series. Able to get 2 there, but Rajaro matches it. So the big picks have been found in the end, but Na'Vi using their ultimates to just stem any bleeding. They keep progression going, and Chopped now need to try and farm up ultimates as quickly as they can because it's getting to 80% now. If they dawdle anymore, Na'Vi are going to take this point incredibly cleanly.
Kara's off as well. Fully on a tangent, trying to just pull as much attention as possible. Tuzi is delegated to go clear out the Hella, and with that one gone, they can sort of move on to the point and try and go for this brawl fight. But Terra's brought back by the BRB into a different position entirely, one that hasn't been cleared. Finds an instant elimination onto Crazy Kitty, and just no one from Chopped is in position to activate overtime. Everyone was having to just play cat and mouse with the Hella, chase her out, get the elimination. BRB brings her up into another spot. Suddenly you have to rotate to a different form of cover entirely. And in that chaos, there's just no one available to go onto the point and hold the space.
I mean, I don't like calling it a C9 because it just, like, we want to see what it would be called for Marvel Rivals, but I think Chopped need to be careful it's not going to be a Chopped 9 because that's twice, maybe even 3 times this series so far that they've not touched a point right at the depth. And it's allowed Na'Vi to be able to take it for free. At least it is just the first point and not second, like we did see all the way back onto Benim T'Challa. But still, a little bit nervous with how this is sort of played out. Na'Vi winning the fight out and Chopped throwing all of the ultimates in one engagement. Just not able to build any momentum. The attrition won out in the end. It's these first picks, really. It was Terra that was able to get the opening onto Beetle. In Benim T'Challa, it was, I think, Jerky that was able to get the pick onto Crazy Kitty when that Bucky came out to play. But the triple strategist is still in play for Chopped. They still want to commit to this strategy, and the Kraken's impact might be a good chance to do it, but they need to build up the strategist ultimates in case they need to rely on them.
Well, Chopped don't have Strangling Prison, which means that Na'Vi just going to go first. Cosmic Gun Amplify claims up the space, develops the angle for Terror because everyone from Chopped just has to box themselves into that space away from the one-sided damage. Coming up through from that Rocket Ultimate, Max is going to try and send Chopped back onto the point with a Cosmic Gun Amplifier of their own, but it's burnt out so quickly.
Ooh, big prison.
With DRP committing that Meteor M. Strangling Prison from Trust Me, no follow-up, as Jerky did manage to find a slam down with the Kraken Impact, but doesn't manage to find the elimination. But Na'Vi are still going to be very happy. That's going to be a Meteor M connection, a Goddess of Death. Vertigo does have the invisible boundary, but that's just going to be trying to buy time as poor old Beetle is just getting fully stalled out with everyone looking at the fight going on point. Again, no one's looking at the off angle, and Terror just slips on through the crack, manages to find both of the strategists bunkered on up, thinking that they were playing in a safer position, and ironically it puts them in a more dangerous one, sends them right up against the Hella with no form of cover.
The Goddess of Death showing up like an old friend on the flank, completely surprising Chopped, but seeing the space and working around it terrifically. But now Na'Vi, they have control of this objective, and it means that all of this focus has to come in, and so much space that's been taken forward, I think, from Jerky. He's been able to farm up the Kraken's impact, but he was also able to get a lot of information. Forced back now, but he's with the rest of his team with the arm amplifier, really making this Kraken's impact more of a seismic effort, and straight away Chopped are like, we need to get out of here. Strangling Prison, though, it's a bit more of a bait, but there's enough bulwarks and shields to keep people going, and whilst all of this is going on, here's Terra again onto the flank, catches Mash, he feels that's enough, just a one pick, it's going to pull Tuzi away for the peel, it's traded, but it's starting to spread Chopped way too thin. Meteor M and Kraken's impact trying to pull something out of this play in the end. Even the invisible boundary is going to be dedicated, but Na'Vi still holding on with all of these major ultimates in play. They have the numbers, and now they're more than happy to let DRP stall out a little bit more. Even the environment itself isn't going to play to Chopped's favor. This is buying so much more time.
The body block, the Groot Wall, the force physics, just utter denial of DRP being able to find themselves and throw themselves into that lava pit. Chop, literally, they have to take this fight. 5 versus 6. Make that 4 versus 6 now. No Vanguards. DRP is going to be swapping over to this range, setting up a portal, which is why we're seeing Na'Vi turn tail and set up a position in anticipation for it. As the moment it comes on through, Crazy Kitty does have that Soul Resurgence. One-sided strategist ultimate, but Terror is going to be able to absolutely shred it down with that Goddess of Death, which is then going to force DRP's position to have to hover directly in front of it so that she doesn't manage to find any connections. They're not going first with the Mantis ultimate too. Everyone boxed themselves away so the Strange Shield would be able to cover in anticipation of the Hela ultimate, but that just allowed Crook to be able to build up an invisible boundary and put it onto point. Invisible boundary's going to end strangling prisoners there, but Shop's players are just boxed into that side room. They still weren't allowed to walk from the space onto the point. So the moment that they lose the Groot, there's no one there for the baton to be passed, and overtime burns out so fast.
In Chop's defense, that wasn't as much of a Chop 9 there. They were just so much forced back with the numbers that they lost, and then the walls in play from Trust Me that I think made the Groot look really good. I know he's been putting in the time and effort and making it work, and now that it was actually available in the draft, they have made it count. Na'Vi look good on these dominations. In fact, their Vanguard line didn't get eliminated once, which is a testament to the strategists behind them, but also Trust Me and Rajaro, who might I add, because I want to say it before, Rajaro's Magneto has been clean. It's been so good, the best that it's looked. He looks well drilled in this approach. For me, it would be a deserving MVP with the amount of ultimates it he succeeded with, but the fact that he just never lets his team down.
I mean, Terror too. 140 latency and hitting shots like that on Hela. It's absolutely wild. I'm sure we're probably going to be seeing Chop try and target out that Hela in the future, because now that Na'Vi have identified how much value it's getting, and that is just not being cleared, it's giving Na'Vi so much more space to be able to work with and establish these crossfires. We'll have to see, though, if that is the turn that Chop decides to make an adaptation with. We'll be back with the next map after this short break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the Regional League and Mid-Season Finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualify for the Grand Finals. The final results from Stage 1, the Mid-Season Finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the Grand Finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. there is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
Beholds the god of thunder!
You know what to do, spiders? Time for some fireworks. It's spider time!
You are done, dude. Oh, thought you had me. Happy holidays!
On the hunt. Let the devils out! You couldn't be saved.
Welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Championship here in EMEA, where we are at our grand finals. A best of 7, not a best of 5. And Ryan, it's beginning to feel like Na'Vi are going to take us to every domination map type, and Chopped are going to take us to every convergence map type as we continue this series and find ourselves, this time not in Central Park, but on Symbiotic Surface.
Chopped are going to be happy with this map, considering how the last game went with Cook and Kaya, at least what we watched before they got into the upper bracket finals, which was a forfeit in the end from our friends over at the Lions. It was a overtime push to the end, and Chopped managed to beat a crazy distance. Cook and Kaya managed to set themselves. So yeah, it feels like roles reversed, because I remember Na'Vi being connoisseurs of the convergence game mode in stage 2, and then Chopped being the domination domineers. Things have flipped around, but I don't think really, as we've seen from the draft so far, Moxie, it isn't the draft. It isn't the characters that are going in and out of the server. It's pretty much staying the same.
Yeah, I mean, do we see Chop try and target out that Hela that was so problematic, as they're gonna go for the save onto the Mantis, which the last couple of times have forced Na'Vi into having to ban out Crook's own Loki in terms of what gameplay you can go for that one. As Chop now go for a ban, and it's just going to be continuation, removing the rogue from the hero pool. Na'Vi, now getting the opportunity, are going to continue to that tradition of seeing the Manta save, taking out the Loki, getting to play for a triple strategist composition, and going for the save on the Bucky this time. Yeah, instead of that Magneto, as we get the Wolf save from Chopped, which reads that we're going to have Groot up for both of those teams, and they want the Wolverine to act as a counter to it.
It was Na'Vi that banned out the Groot at the end last time, but because of the Bucky being protected, which was the last ban for Chopped, they're actually going to take the Groot out. So it felt like they were posturing for it, I agree, but in the end, Chopped decided that they want the Vanguard line to be a little bit weaker. And the Thing is going to be banned out at the end too, which we started to see creep in a little bit more. Means that there's going to be some Rocket Raccoon action, which wasn't in play in the first map of Benim T'Challa. And also Jean Grey returns into the server after having a quick break being benched on Hell's Heaven.
Yeah, it means as well that you get the Primal Flame team up coming on through with both the Wolverine and that Phoenix. And then even though we do get the group ban coming out on the side of Chopped, which is then going to lead into the Thing ban from Na'Vi, as Groot is very problematic for Thing to have to deal with, you do still have the Wolverine, which is going to put a lot of pressure both on the Invis when it comes to being able to utilize those invisible boundaries and make sure that you don't get feral grabbed out of it or potentially pinned with that last stand. It also means in the neutral state that there is pick potential. Wolverine grab, Invis pull, those are all opportunities for players to grab someone out of position, which also mean that the team who it's going to be turned against have to burn resources anticipating and reacting to it, which are then not going to be there when that fight continues.
Draft for the characters in play for Na'Vi as they're setting up on his defense, trust me, is bringing out the Captain America. I know that he put a lot of time and effort into harnessing his powers on Captain America after the grand finals, feeling like he wanted to match what Polly was doing, and Polly's been over in the Americas MRC, hence why we haven't really seen him much. But trust me, he's going to stay on it on the defense. It's going to be really good when that payload starts moving on a full hold, trying to, I guess, be against the diving nature of what Chopped is trying to do. No Wolverine in play yet, but you have got Beetle on the Angela that is looking to take people out of position.
Yeah, splitting as well, trying to just pressure Na'Vi into having to control 2 lanes instead of looking at the one, while the rest of Chopp's team walk up and try and contest the defenders for control of that high ground. The moment that they drop is where you get the opportunity for Tuzi and Crazy Kitty to find some of those picks, grabbing someone from the low up onto that high and getting to move your players off of pressure from the defenders who were forced to kite back into the bunker of behind point, and that has been achieved. It took a little bit longer, but Chopped are able to start to take control of that high ground. They just have to deal with Trust Me's presence on the Captain America, which is enough of a distraction for Crooks to be able to come on through with the first elimination. Crazy Kitty is going to be taken out, as Tuzi just hasn't been able to find the opening that he's looking for. Na'Vi perfectly playing behind the cover and the shields of this composition.
Yeah, Jericho has been very patient in the positions that he's playing in. But it means that he's very much behind when it comes to ult charge in these fights. And Na'Vi can sit a little bit further back when it comes to comfort because they have both strategist ultimates available, and nobody being eliminated, I don't think, means that Bira back is still sitting pretty for Fate. Have an extra life in the hands depending on who gets picked off, but a visible boundary and the end song is going to be used together as Chop start to make their way over onto the point. They have that high ground on the right hand side to be controlling, and Beetle sawing his way in to help DRP as the ultimate comes through, slips all the way through to get the pick onto Terra, but he has to move over towards the Doctor Strange straight away. The Bira back was used up prior, and Crazy Kitty is going to return into it as the attackers are available, and now the Kraken's Impact looking to put a stamp on this point. It was looking like a good hold on this defense for Na'Vi. You've got the Freedom Charge being dedicated to allow some more sustain, and it really beats the brunt of what Crazy Kitty was doing with the second hit of the Kraken's Impact. Na'Vi stabilized, only giving a third away.
Yeah, Na'Vi just run forward off of that opening created by the Captain America ultimate, managing to melt through Crazy Kitty before the Kraken Impact can find the full team wipe, and only one bit of point going to be picked up on the side of Chop, but they are able to draw out the Doctor Strange portal recast coming on through from Terra, who'd had to swap over to the Sorcerer Supreme. Jerky is going to be sitting on this last stand, and I'm sure Crook too is going to have that invisible boundary up to be able to play against the antics of Heaven's Retribution setup coming on through from Beetle. As trust me, gonna go put in some disruption into that back line. Heaven's Retribution coming on through from Beetle's Chop wants to take this fight now that they have the opportunity with the ultimates to finish it, forcing the invisible boundary of the Angela ultimate, getting the later cast of it with vertigos, but Jerky anticipates and comes on through with the last stand, pulling Chop's players out of position and finding the eliminations before match of the Cosmic Amplify can heal them. Endsong Inferno not going to be able to find the connection onto Fate's ultimate too, which means that Na'Vi have one-sided damage boost, and Chopped are just stuck in main with no opportunity of disengaging without just losing more players.
You got to say that with all that fight looking good for Jerky to find a pick onto DRP, trust me, he did a fantastic job as Chop tried to go in offensively onto the point with the Heaven's Retribution. Trust me, make sure that both strategists have to patty cake each other, protect each other from this ongoing force. It means that Chop's attention is split right down the middle. Now Na'Vi on this defense looking very happy with how this has been going. Thus far, Crazy Kitty switching away from the Bucky over towards the Wolverine. Will have his own last stand. Beetle switching over towards Captain America. Is it going to last too long? But a be right back means that he has to go in for this fight. 3 ultimates used now as overtime is not really looking to be hit at all. It is going to be touched on the point. Somebody's still alive on the side of Chop, but everybody else is starting to go down one at a time. Na'Vi looking to be fully holding on Clintar as the portal is going to be required for Vertigo, but everybody's gone down. There's no chance, and 59% is all she wrote on Chop's attacking side. Na'Vi, 4 minutes to beat.
Na'Vi just managed to melt Beetle on the Captain America so that when he gets brought back by the BRB, they don't know if they can rely on the Cap going for that touch, and it forces Chop to have to play much closer to the point and have no control of the space, no control of any of the lanes, just purely looking down main onto the point, try and relay bounce it between each of their players until they can build up to a win condition. But that just means that Na'Vi entirely unchecked when it comes to things like Terror on that Phoenix, only giving up one bit of that point tick to a map that Chop decided to take us to.
Has not worked. Na'Vi feels like they took an extended break to really talk through some of the issues that they've been rolling into. Looking back into the form that you would expect from them, honestly, it's a high expectation. Talking to Na'Vi in the interviews of Grand Finals, they didn't really have that. It was like, we have a 20% scrim win rate at the moment. We're just vibing. And it took them to a second place finish in the biggest event that we've seen so far in the game. So here, like, Na'Vi is sort of used to the pressure and just like, we're happy to take a beating because we take the right lessons, learn from it, and adapt over time. That seems to be showing, like, in this game, even when you've got people like Trust Me, that this is their first day, I think, of playing with this particular roster because people have been in and out over Christmas.
I mean, yeah, if you can make the choice between winning scrims but losing officials or losing scrims but winning officials, I know which one I'm taking.
It's the most telling thing,
Na'Vi.
yeah. Other teams hate you for it because they're like, this doesn't make any sense. But they just show up when it matters.
Okay, well, Crook is going to get scouted out as Na'Vi. I don't think they're even really looking to contest high ground directly. They're just going to send, trust me, he does get scouted out by the Captain America, but that means that that Captain America from Beetle isn't clearing Crook, isn't putting pressure onto Fate, and Na'Vi are just going to be able to walk up and establish themselves on point. Chop do at least have an opportunity. It's not one tick that was given off, it is 1 and a well, 3/4 of second. But unfortunately for them, that regroup position of bunkering behind point has been denied because Terra got all the way around it. Chop lost full control of the space.
I mean, Terra spots an opening and he is definitely going to exploit it. He's a thief at the end of the day, through and through, even if he's on a different banner. It's that 100 Thieves player that is actually showing up to be the difference maker for Na'Vi. It is just Beetle left alive, pulled off to the point, and Na'Vi find themselves on tournament point after a dominant win on the choice of Chopped.
I mean, that's just the kind of things that you can do as an attacker side if you manage to complete a hold on first. Because the defenders, normally, if they know that they're going to be, you know, taking a fight that they really don't want to have to take, everybody kites. You drop from high ground and you kite to the backup point, you bunker up behind it, you wait until you have a strategist ultimate or a like Vanguard ultimate, and you push from that small enclosed space with the threat of the ultimate, preventing the attacker side from trying to find eliminations as you rotate. That is denied entirely because not only did they lose control of point, they also lost control of the high ground, which Terra wrapped all the way around to be able to find that in against Chop's strategist players. So they don't get to bunker up, they don't get to play for an invisible boundary. And so Na'Vi not taking all of that incoming damage from Chop's players, just not getting the opportunity to shoot back when the attacker side walk up, doesn't matter if there's a one-sided invisible boundary because there's no opportunity for the defenders to have one themselves.
It's funny that this map lasted a shorter amount of time than Hell 7 did, and that was a 2-0 win in domination. It was a 5-minute map just because Na'Vi were able to put on such a strong defense, and then they had the line in the sand to crossover, which was just the majority of the point take. So now Chopped, final opportunity to choose a map if they want to bring themselves back into this full best of 7, or is Na'Vi going to be crowned the kings of MRC as we go into the 2026 season? We'll have to wait and see. Be right back as the next issue, I suppose, of this comic is going to be in a few minutes. Stay tuned.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you.
2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the Regional League and mid-season finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualify for the Grand Finals. The final results from Stage 1, the mid-season finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the Grand Finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still, I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
Beholds the God of Thunder!
You know what to do, spiders? Time for some fireworks. It's spider time!
Let the devil out! You couldn't be saved.
It is tournament point in the hands of Na'Vi as it's a first to 4 in a best of 7 of this magnitude. They managed to get 3 maps, being able to win on Chop's choice, and Yggdrasil's path is going to be the final opportunity for Chop to choose the chance of bringing it back into a full best of 7. It feels a little bit, Moxie, like it's a bit of running out of steam for Chops. They've had a lot to play, and Na'Vi warmed up to the occasion with the full roster, it seems, back into this. But it is a totally different game mode that we haven't seen so far to go into Convoy.
Yeah, I mean, there was a very, very, very thin chance of this being a draw in case no team is able to push that Convoy any part forward. But I would expect that it's not going to be a draw territory. So the series either concludes here, and Na'Vi is crowned the winner 3-1, or Chopped are going to be able to find the win on their next map choice, as we will see if the ban draft is going to change up, as Yggdrasil Path is a very good map for heroes like Hela on that hit scan, but no surprises. Daredevil and Gambit are just very, very good in general, whichever map you're playing. So yet again, those are going to be removed right off of the rip. The Invis Woman is going to be saved on the side of Na'Vi, which has been finding them a lot of value. Previously, Chopped went for the Manta save to force out the Loki ban, and it looks like that is going to continue. But now, if Loki gets banned, it's going to have the added impact of managing to take out the Loki, Adam, Rocket stall strategy for the free on the defensive sides.
I think Na'Vi, they've sort of stuck to their guns with going out on the Loki. Despite the first couple of maps that they did it, it looked like they were cutting off their nose to spite their face. But the Spiteful Loki isn't going to be in the server again with the impact that is found. Certainly when you've got the Protect onto the Invisible Woman, that you don't keep these invisible boundaries going. Now it was the Protect that went over towards the Bucky, but we have seen the likes of Rocket being protected on the other side. That's going to continue, and frankly, I just don't see a need for Na'Vi to change stuff. Maybe here, if you're Chopped, protecting the Thing might be good, because I felt that was definitely missing on Symbiotic Service in that last game, because it was free and available before, and there it is, actually. They are going to protect the Thing instead of protecting the Wolverine, which might be a ban for Na'Vi if they want to go down that route, or whether they want to keep the Groot out of the game.
Yeah, this could be Groot coming on through here for Chopped, especially if they want the Thing in play, and it also depowers Crack and Impact with the Strangling Prison setup. And it's going to be the Wolverine ban actually coming on through on the side of Na'Vi, as I'm sure they're remembering everything that Fastball Specials can do when you have a Wolverine hurtling through the air and space to get to fight right in your face. As Na'Vi are going to be starting off on that defensive side, which means that we're likely going to get to see that free stall strategy coming on out if they do decide to commit to this Adam Warlock composition. Chopped do have the means of being able to break it. Both the Moon Knight and the Storm, as well as Punisher, with all of that damage burst potential, are going to be in play, added on top of the Mantis's 12% damage boost too, because that all stacks together.
Now that we're on these full convoy maps where stalling the payload is important, it is no surprise whatsoever to see Captain Na'Vi, Captain Trust Me, is on the Captain America again. We're also seeing Terra play a little bit more of the Adam Warlock. At least they're locking it in on the defense to run triple Vanguard, triple Strategist. When honestly, Moxie, I'd say the majority of teams have moved away from it. I've been saying a little bit like Na'Vi having players away, haven't maybe kept up with the meta all too much. But they've got really annoying characters to try and uproot and get off of the objective with a Magneto, Captain America, and Thing. Chops, yeah, have to sharpen their blade if they want to try and cut through these roots that are digging in for Na'Vi on this defense as we go onto the World Tree of Yggdrasil to potentially close this out for Na'Vi, unless Chopped have a bit more to answer for.
Crazy Kitty actually committing to that Moon Knight, as it is going to be the free stall strategy. Susie coming through with that Goddess boost on the Storm, as Beetle just fully runs into Na'Vi's entire team, pressuring them to play all the way back around that corner. They're going to recommit into the fight with the Soul Wand, which which now Chopped have to pay respect to. As we can see the turn onto the Captain America. Great force physics coming on through from Vertigo. Takes Trust Me down. And he's out of range of the BRB as well, which means that Na'Vi don't get that Vanguard back in the mix to put themselves onto the convoy and stall it out as it will continue to round the corner. Trust Me has no choice but to go over onto the Venom instead to be able to swing back into action. But that just means that Chop can take the fight first. 5 versus 6 players.
You got the Hana Khonshu thrown into the center and a Yan amplified to just make it very much a closed fist or a haymaker in its own right. Beetle, however, is also taking a couple of swings and trying to pave his way all the way through to what Chopped is looking to do. In game, we're sort of looking as we're trying to follow it live, right? So a couple of those instances are going to come in. Be Right Back is going to bring all of these players into the fray, which means that this scrap is a little bit more annoying. Clobbering Time is going to be used on the offensive side from Chopped, getting a full stun onto Jerky, but Rajaro, Meteor M not getting a pick, but at the very least it is taking some of the attention and forcing a peel away for Na'Vi to try and survive. The players go down, they take it in their stride as Camera Revival is going to springboard Na'Vi back into this engagement, and Omega Hurricane is planted on top, but none of these defenders seem to be dipping, and when they do, it's something or other bringing them back. But Beetle is trying to make sure that they are put down in their place, and the Clobbering Time interrupted, stunned out, nothing is going to come in from Chopped.
Yeah, that was a great diamond form for the CC immunity from DRP to follow up then into just stopping any of that follow-up. Speaking about stopping any of the follow-up, Terror with the Comic Revival cast denied entirely. Chopped have the ultimates to just section it off fully. We get Psionic Seduction as they cross from side room back onto the objective. Meanwhile, Crazy Kitty untouchable in the back lane, just not going to go down. And they're able to find those eliminations yet again, even for the Comic Revival casts, to be able to break through the defense all over again. And that's one of the problems, right, with the Comic Revival. It takes you so far out of the fight that if you don't have ultimates to shoulder your way back onto the objective, unfortunately, you can get corralled as you try and cross back onto it from a good attacker's play.
Yeah, we're going back into the server very shortly. This is the kind of thing of like going through the client when it's live, is sometimes it has these kind of moments. But we want to make sure that we give you the action as close to as live as possible instead of waiting for the codes and then going into it themselves. But we should be going back into the action fairly soon, as we saw all of these sort of plays coming through. Pretty much at a point where it feels very like, wait for next time. Is this Clobbering Time gonna come through and actually find much from Jerky? I'm gonna tell you for a fact, no. But we're about to see exactly what happens when we get to this point, as Chopped on the attack have to bring things back on their map choice. And game's playing for us. We should be going back in fairly shortly, and it seems that we're pretty much back onto where we used to be.
I mean, Chopped are in a good position, right? They were able to, with the spawn hold comp, break through Na'Vi's defenses really quickly. Being able to find that early elimination as well when they just turn onto that Captain America coming on through from Trust Me. So that one, he's out of range of the BRB because he's going in, he's trying to disrupt the backline. He's not then there to keep that objective stalled out, has to come back in on the Venom, but again, easily predictable of where he's going to be pathing to, not onto a player, but onto the objective itself. So Chopped's players, they just make sure that they're anchoring onto that point, they spot out the Venom, instantly he's removed from the mix, then they have to set up, deal with the Comic Revival revives, and boom, you're home and free to be able to break that stall strategy as quickly as you like and have a whole lot of time when you move into second. So a very good start for Yggdrasil Path, a map that a lot of teams get fully slowed out on.
Back into the fray, like we mentioned last time on Na'Vi versus Chopped. It was Jerky playing the thing, going for a Clobbering Time, getting caught out by the Emma Frost. Now Jerky is going to switch over towards the Hela, whilst the Chopped finishing onto this first checkpoint. Going to move away from the Siege Breaker back into a more consistent version of Tuesday on the Jean Grey and Crazy Kitty's Bucky. Jerky has the chance to actually go for the Hela. It was left open in the draft. He's going to try and go for these crossfires and really honestly give Terra the room to breathe life into this defense, because that was a pretty fast take from Chopped so far in this attack.
Well, here's Trust Me. Gone immediately in the next moment, though. Force Physics and Crazy Kitty's presence here on the Winter Soldier just means that he really can't commit to holding that space for long, and Terra doesn't get the opening that he's looking for. Fate's going to use the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, however, to find the opening that Jerky's looking for, but it is going to be traded However, but Na'Vi still having that distance and range for this Hela to be able to free fire as the Vanguards push up. Chop really not wanting to invest the Cosmic Ion Amplifier, understanding that they need to rely on those ultimates to be able to brute force through this choke because it's going to be problematic for them. Na'Vi have so much control of the space. Terra's going to be able to entirely anchor one of these lanes. In the meantime, Jerky's going to be able to play from main, and it means that Chopped have to use ultimates just to be able to clear out of gates. But if they're not coordinated, Ryan, if one person gets left behind, they go into the blender, which is Terra walking in. Invisible Boundary's going to slow everything down, and then Endsong Inferno is going to continue to keep it up. Meteor M finding the connections, just guaranteeing those eliminations. And Chopped gets stuck in that spawn just the way we see so many teams when you lose one fight on second.
I don't think the payload has really moved far enough for Chopped to give themselves the best opportunity to work on Yggdrasil's path. Na'Vi now having the full control, and you've got a lot more verticality now as Jerky seems to be more gripped up with the team, spamming these shots in. Terra starting to splinter off with the rest of the team. He's going to force out the dive actually coming from Beetle. And the first bit of Psylocke that we've actually seen all of this weekend, Moxie, it's feeling like a completely different time. But Tuzi on it, even though it's off meta, he can most certainly make it still work.
Yeah, I mean, they're just using the numbers to be able to clear the lanes. They see the Phoenix, the Hela, and the Invis fighting, so they send more players to overwhelm that space than Na'Vi have to be able to control it. As Na'Vi are going to be utilizing the smokescreen cover of the Cosmic Ion Amplifier, try and disengage. Psylocke ultimate comes on through, and it's purely on the Venom's position. Even if it's a Vanguard, no one else there being able to absorb those dashes, you're going to be losing that player imminently. And off of the back of the space created by the Captain America and Psylocke, Chop's team finally get space to breathe.
It's starting to go well now. Yeah, I think he was hunting for Terra with it, but trust me, he leaps in thinking of like, oh, safety. This is where the be right back was. Oh, why is there an ultimate hit from Psylocke? And he just gets absolutely bludgeoned down back to spawn. Capo's seen if he can make the 1v1 work. It's not going to be a Reddit clip, unfortunately, to show the strength of Invisible Woman, but you have got Beetle winning out on this engagement. And despite Chop getting numbers, they're even going to dedicate this Freedom Charge. They are forced back quite a lot. They have to respect these ultimates that are starting to come in. Feast of the Abyss is going to chunk its way through from Trust Me, and even the Endsong Inferno from Terra held up to just really posture itself in the sky, really allow Chop some opportunity to back off and get some shade, but gives Na'Vi control of this chariot back in their hands. Rajaro finding another pick in the end, and it is going to force out a Fate of Both Worlds from Mash as the change-up of the comp is going to try and allow a bit more of a going forward, but they lose out on Tuzi on the Psylocke. They're actually going to lose Beetle as well as the disengage is forced out again, but there's less than a minute left for Chop to keep pushing things forward. We were thinking it might be just a second point cap, but now they have actually managed to grab it in their hands again.
Yeah, but Na'Vi don't have strategist ultimates that can sustain them for, like, this Cosmic Ion Amplifier is about to get melted to a crisp by the Endsong Inferno when they commit it. And we can see Tuzi actually getting fully chased out, marked by Trust Me, so no opportunity for the side to be able to accompany the Captain America and build that dance of the butterflies as Na'Vi just get aggressive proactively. They were able to find the elimination, take out one of those rotations Chop could make. They know it's not going to be a trade on their backline because they're scouting out that Psylocke's position, and they just brute force forward when they have the better numbers to take the brawl. Chop didn't have the organized players to actually commit the ultimates, and what was an opening for the attacker's side is now being slammed shut.
What more chances do you have, Chopped? It's free ultimates that Na'Vi are going to try and put in your way, and even with a portal play, you're stepping out into very uneven ground. There is Vertigo that has used the invisible boundary, and now Na'Vi going to use it on the other side. Is the eliminations for them that are coming through. They have the player advantage currently, and now Jerky is not afraid to actually get onto the objective and fight it off as the rest of the team in blue churn up and send Chopped packing. The flip of the sides, Na'Vi have the tournament line drawn up for them, and Chopped have to put on a valiant defense to keep this series and to keep this tournament going.
Yeah, it's when you lose one fight. It's so hard on these convoy maps to be able to push into the defense when they have such a stranglehold of the space. Like, you saw that Chop, they try to go for the Captain America and the Psylocke to be able to get past and try and cut up the map so that the attackers got a little bit more space in comparison to the pure monopoly that the defenders had, where essentially you're playing with a speck if you're an attacker in comparison to the whole world that Na'Vi had available to them, especially since, trust me, was always scouting out Tuzi on the Psylocke, so he never got to bypass the Venom's detection and get on top of Jerky, who in some stages of those fights, entirely uncontested, purely free, and at this level, for a Hela player to be uncontested, she's going to be finding value. She's going to be finding you those eliminations in the neutral, so that even when Chopped had the ultimate advantage, they never got the opportunity to actually use them.
Navi's comp, very divey, right? This is pretty much sending the numbers at the enemy here. Jerky's trying to decide whether he wants to commit to the Starlord or the Hela to have that team up with Venom. But I think when you're looking at the composition for Na'Vi, it's not a siege breaker. They are looking for particular targets, and I think Mash and Vertigo need to be very careful that they don't have this coordinated effort slammed right on top of this defense.
Yeah, well, Beetle on that Captain America could be able to stall out the objective, especially if he doesn't go for disrupting the strategists, but purely plays to stall out the convoy moving forward. As Jerky did decide to keep with that Hela, as Terra's going to try and control left side as well, meaning that when Chop force themselves to try and back away from this incoming dive, they don't have those spaces to be able to bunker up, and they have to give up more and more point control and allow Na'Vi to not need to send resources to clean out the side. They can purely box the defenders in and have Terra just wrap everything up in terms of eliminations with a neat little bow. Phoenix pressure on the strategists, Jerky's pressure on the Hela, and Na'Vi are off to the races.
Might be off to a 6K prize pull out of the $15,000 that this MRC and all of the other regions for MRC, including console players, have allocated to them. But Chopped's trying to put on one last bit of defense. Yan Amplifier is going to be used, and they have actually found a couple of picks. But Jerky's just been unleashed. He has been playing gun game on all of the different duelists and showing up on every single one of them. And of course, the Goddess of Death is going to suit him just fine. Him and Rajaro clean up completely as the Captain America is hoping to try to stop the inevitable push. As Na'Vi find themselves just shy of point. This is a really clutch portal. If this works out for Crazy Kitty, it might be everything. The Meteor M sent straight up into the sky and straight onto Mash. The point is being dropped, and suddenly Chop need to be very careful that this doesn't stagger out. Otherwise, Na'Vi are taking this tournament in a blitzing passion, and this is the path to a first place finish.
Yeah, Chopped going for that portal play now means that they've lost full control of the high ground for the first fight on second, and already Na'Vi's players, they've understood that absence of the defenders, and they're gonna push for all of the eliminations. Vertigo just not having a team there goes down immediately, gets brought back by the BRB, and in the meantime, Crazy Kitty's actually able to find Jerky, but Terrace is gonna commit full Iron Fist ultimate, living cheat, and make sure that Na'Vi's chances continue living on this map, as Chop has not been able to get past the Iron Fist. They don't have a strategist ultimate set up. Vertigo hasn't been able to build the invisible boundary after that portal play, and this is just a final lap from Na'Vi at this point, Ryan. Everything hinges on the Freedom Charge coming on through from Beetle, buying Chop the sustainability to just get out of choke and onto the objective, so they get the chance of using these aggressive ultimates. Meteor M goes so wide, trying to catch Na'Vi strategist players playing all the way out in the backline for Narnia, and in the meantime, they don't get the Unsung Inferno set up off of the back of it.
A chop to everything that they have. It's gonna have to come into use right now. There's so many times that Fate has tried to hide up in the air, similar to Mash on these Rocket Raccoons, to try to not get funneled out. And Beetle is now just focusing on these strategists. There's enough field there from Rajaro, but the focus is going to be on DRP on the other side. Is there anybody left from Chop that's able to touch it? Only a few. It's DRP that's on the point, holding on for absolute dear life, as three more players starting to come in from Chopped. An invisible boundary. Vertigo's going to be holding onto it, wants to hold onto it as much as they possibly can. As Rajaro now with a Meteor M slams it down, broken just in time. A portal in an attempt to try to catch themselves through, and the Iron Fist is going to come back into play as Terra's actually going to be on the Strange. So it's now Crazy Kitty that's flipping it around. So all of the characters, it's a pretty much endgame scenario for both teams, as now DRP still fighting on this objective, still holding on, has the support of Tuzi and the rest of the team. They have the invisible boundary that's going to supply them with some amount of fight, and Terra with the portal on the attack now has an Eye of Agamotto that he's farmed up. This is still going. Chopped Moxie, I don't know how they managed to hold on to it, but they're holding on to it now with a bank of ultimates for the next engagement.
I mean, they find the elimination on Crook, then Beetle goes in, dives both the rocket and the invis, forces the invisible boundary on the point because the strategists were having to patty cake each other, which meant that they weren't there for the vanguards and had no choice but to commit the ultimate, but Vertigo gets the cast of it. Here's the Eye of Agamotto position purely to make sure that you don't get Force Physic knocked back by the invis woman to prevent it connecting the stun onto Vertigo, and it's up to the Living Chi coming on through from Crazy Kitty with a 40% damage boost from the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Navi's shields are getting absolutely broken through because melee damage goes right through them, and Chopped are going to be able to hold on for yet another fight. They're still not out of the woods yet, however. Navi do have good ultimates to come on through, but what Chopped have now got is an opportunity to take the fight not on the objective, but so close to Navi's spawn that they can force the invisible boundary and disengage out of it. They do have to be careful because Terra's swapped onto the Bucky, which means if they stay a little bit too close, they're getting hooked right into the middle of that one-sided invis ultimate. As Jerky's pushing up, he's got the confidence, he's got the Goddess of Death ready to go, and he finds the clutch elimination onto Tuzi, who gets brought back by the BRB, but now isn't in position to use the Endsong Inferno. It's up to Beetle stalling out the convoy. Here comes that Endsong Inferno to slow things down, make sure that Navi don't get to take up any space off of the back of both the Hela and the Invis ultimates, but they've still got the Kraken Impact, they've still got the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, and Chopped, they've got the closer respawns, but do they have enough bodies to be able to sustain and take value from them? They're falling, they're down so many players. Tuzi's desperately trying to come back on the Doctor Strange, but it's not in time, and Navi close out the series 3-1. They will be the MRC Season 5 champion for EMEA.
And the team that came second place in the grand finals and won the mid-season finals, the first international event, is going to continue in good form when the Bears of Virtus Pro are going to be hibernating a little bit more. Chopped another second place finish for MRC, but still so much excitement to gauge off of it, considering that their first second place finish was behind Virtus Pro in Season 3, and then they went on to narrowly miss out on qualifying for the grand finals in Atlanta last year. So honestly, for me, for Chopped, really glad that they stayed together. This is a core team that can do a lot of work. If you're an organization looking to represent a team, I don't think it becomes any clearer as a good choice than Chopped right now. Navi sticking with this roster, making the adjustment of adding in Terra, who was worth every dime. I think the space that it created, I love talking about Crazy Kitty with how he's managing to find those spots and find the win conditions. Terra was doing that on 100 plus ping, but doing it at such a higher S tier level that we've not really got to see as much in EMEA outside of those top teams. He has been a great pickup for Navi, and now that we have the full roster looking to be in the server this time with Rajaro and Trust Me back in, it really does feel like this Navi team is really gunning for Virtus Pro this year and going to want to be at those big events, mid-season finals and grand finals that are happening in 2026. This is a good year for both of these teams and a great testament series to show it.
Yeah, I mean, if Navi hadn't been able to push first as quickly as they did off of that positioning setup from Jerky and Terra, they probably lose. They don't have the time to be able to just manage to farm up those ultimates and have the opportunity of bit by bit winning out those fights so they can finally finish off the series on second. Just being able to immediately, with Jerky and Terra slicing up the map, forcing Chopped to back away, denying them a kite of side room, forcing them to go all the way to side alley to the backside of first, which meant that Jerky was just able to come on through from that rotation himself and find those eliminations onto the squishy players, the Living Chi as well, to make sure that Chop just didn't get any opportunity of stalling out, of gaining momentum back when they headed into second for those first fights. it was all plays coming on through from Na'Vi, just perfectly understanding the tempo and how to take an advantage that you find in one fight and spiral it into an entire map win.
I also wanted to shout out to Nuki, that has been the 7th player that is going to hopefully get a good share of that 6,000 prize pool that first place gives Na'Vi. But I think for now, it's one of those cases of like, much like all of the Christmas decorations, Moxie, we and the MRC Action is going back into a box and put in the attic for a little bit longer. But it's like when we return, Season 6, we know that it's going to be involved into the Ignite system at some point. And a brief look at the bracket that got us here. Not only do we have 2 top teams that are really going to be gunning for top spots against the world champions of Virtus Pro in the EMEA, but the likes of the Lions cooking with Kaya. You've got Dawn Call looking solid. Final Dance, as we shone on earlier. So many teams going all the way back to like Foot, Insomnia, the good old Planet Signage to shout them out. And of course, Dixon, I'm not going to say the rest of the name. You know the team. It is such a good showing of the new and old for Marvel Rivals in EMEA that it really does feel like the best region in the world is going to be given that again for 2026.
Yeah, I mean, we just see talent develop so quickly with the challenges and level of play that is present for these players. So when they go into scrims, like the improvements that you can find happen so rapidly because you're never going to improve unless you're met by challenge. Right? So EMEA being as competitive as it is means that you come to this region, you start competing, and all of a sudden you'll find yourself very rapidly progressing up those ranks. But something that you can do at home is go open the game in the meantime while we're waiting for EMEA to end and NA to begin and have a look at the cosmetic store rotations, because once these costumes are gone, they will be gone. Thor's God of Winter and Cloak and Daggers Ice Pad are going to be in the store rotation until January 23rd for 2 UTC. So you have a little bit more time to be able to get your hands on those ones in comparison to, as Ryan said, some of these other cosmetics, which are going to be packed up and leaving the rotation when we put them in the attic as we head in and away from the Christmas season and into Season 6 with all of the festivities that it brings.
We pretty much have until the dead end of Season 5 to be able to get the Star-Lord, Penny Parker, and Daredevil skins, so you're not going to be able to wait to see what Deadpool might bring us, because we know that he's going to be the first introduction with Season 6. Lord knows what he's going to provide. It seems like it's going to be an intense offering. We don't know what role. That's kind of part of the fun. But here, you don't really have as much of a chance to get this. Maybe there's a chance in the future that some of the holiday skins return at the end of this year, much like we had from last year, but that's never a confirmation, right? If you want to get them, your best chance is probably just before next Friday. And the beauty, I suppose, of all of it is that we have seen all 3 of these skins in action from MRC. Penny Parker we've even seen today, not as much not Daredevil and not really any Starcracker Star-Lord, but we have heard it in action more than seen it because of how loud the voice line is.
I mean, we got to see it a little bit earlier actually on Hell's Heaven, but we do get to see the Penny Parker Snow Spider that was played a little bit ago on Midtown coming into the mix. And remember, that actually won, so I'm not saying that picking up this skin is going to give you a higher win rate when you're playing Penny Parker, but what I will say is it will give you a higher drip rate level, as it is one of her best cosmetics, especially with all of the goodies that comes alongside it, like the sound effects changes as well. I absolutely adore each of these costumes, just unique things that it brings to the table.
I think so too, and especially like we're starting to see the general skins for each of the characters being put out, but now the creativity is starting to flourish and going beyond just what the skins actually provide. Stuff like the emotes being able to be applied to all of the skins that we've seen so far from Penny Parker, which over the last 3 to 4 months have been some of the best skins added into the game after a brief period of not seeing much. There's like the Wasteland skin and then a Halloween one. You'll see very, very briefly. They're all going to have to take the seat emote. And really, yeah, we're going to have to take a seat of the action so far because it has been a splendid weekend and a great chance to just see what exactly EMEA has been offering. And also that the meta isn't as egregious as I thought it was going to be. Honestly, like, going to see like the not Daredevil skin. I did want to mention, I thought that it would just be completely out of hand with how Daredevil's been so far. but it feels like he's strong, he's present, but he's not completely breaking the game on his own.
Well, he's definitely present, especially with this skin that you can pick yourself up as a present for yourself or one of your friends, as you can gift all of these cosmetics. But yeah, I think definitely because of MLC being run on the universal ban structure, one team just getting a ban against Daredevil for both sides is more than enough for teams to just have the handshake of, we'll remove Gambit, there goes Daredevil, and now let's just play Invis Woman. With things like the Phoenix, the Groot, the Bucky, and the Magneto, all of which have breakpoints of being able to bypass what the Invis Ultimate can actually do. Which is another reason why Star-Lord, unfortunately, with his new costume of Starcracker, wasn't seeing all that much play. We got him once in the series, where we got him paired alongside Gambit. But it didn't get as much value as it did previously, as both Magneto and Invisible Woman are pretty problematic for Star-Lord to have to deal with, which is rather ironic because those two heroes also really empower the Star-Lord, being able to stagger the shield in front of the Star-Lord when he's ulting, as well as provide the bulwark from that Magneto, especially now that you don't have to make the selfish choice of, do I bubble myself and let my teammates go down, or do I bubble my teammates and watch as my health bar rapidly deteriorates the moment that I use that cooldown. Now you get the best of both worlds if you're Magneto, as he just continues to be such a strong presence in Marvel Rivals, both in the esports sense, but also in ladder competitive matches as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious, real quick, Moxie, unofficial MVP for you this tournament. Or who does it go to? Is it going to be Terra so you can get some fans from the Americas region, or who would it be from Na'Vi?
Who would it be from Na'Vi for me? Honestly, Jerky. He played really, really well as a role of duelist, but I want to give him his flowers for stepping up and being able to play the Vanguard role, because you also have to remember, like, Na'Vi went through the lower bracket run. If they'd messed up when they went for that role swap, they would have been out of the tournament and wouldn't have found their way to the grand finals. So even before we take a look at how players actually played, Jerky for me just takes it by proxy because he literally allowed the team. So Jerky and Tanuki take a bow. The fact that Tanuki was able to come in and still play that duelist, and that Jerky was able to flex over to the Vanguard, meant that Na'Vi were able to stay alive in the tournament itself.
I would co-sign that as Jerky, as well as the unofficial MVP for at least us. Sorry, Jerky, you don't actually get anything. There's no medal for you here. At least you just get, like, bragging rights. But I believe that's going to be it for us for EMEA. There's still America's action coming out, and considering the roster mania that seems to be happening over there, definitely one to keep an eye on to see exactly what the strong teams from the North American region are going to look like as a preview before we start to get into the Ignite action. Next time you'll see us on broadcast probably will be Season 6. So it really is the start of the 2026 season. So I believe that's all from us. We'll see you very soon, and certainly enjoy what's going to come in Season 6. It's going to be a hell of a year. See you then.